This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A man was fatally wounded in an officer-involved shooting Monday evening after police say he fled a traffic stop in Cody. According to the Cody Police Department, the failure to yield prompted officers to chase the male driver through the city and east of it onto State Highway 14. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the man was later identified as 22-year-old Lucas James Eric Alvestever.
The 22-year-old was the subject of a traffic stop for not having proper registration, according to the police department, meaning either no license plate or not the right kind. He didn't stick around, and an officer-involved shooting followed, and he was killed. There was one officer who fired, who's been placed on leave, and as is common practice, Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation has been called in to perform an independent investigation to look for justification or culpability in the officer involved.
No officers were injured during the incident. Cody Police Department Lieutenant Justin Weed declined to comment on if Alvestever brandished a weapon or was found with one after his death. Cheyenne's about to get its largest data center yet with pipeline company Tallgrass and Texas-based digital infrastructure company Crusoe announcing the construction of a 1.8 gigawatt artificial intelligence data center in southeast Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the two companies did not provide a precise location, but Mayor Patrick Collins confirmed that the data center will be in Cheyenne.
1 gigawatt is enough power to power up 1 million homes. Wyoming only has population just over 587,000, right? So it's like twice the power need of Wyoming for this one data center that's going to scale to 10 gigawatts. The scale is just enormous. Communities vie for these big economic development things, but Cheyenne didn't do anything. This company came knocking on their door.
Wyoming's weather and energy production make the state a great location for data centers. However, if the whole state wants to capitalize on the data center race, Jean reports more communities along I-80 must scale up their power infrastructure. A 17-year-old tourist suffered significant thermal burns near the Lone Star Geyser in Yellowstone National Park on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the teenager was on a hike in the Lone Star Geyser Basin 3 miles southeast of Old Faithful on Monday morning. His foot broke through a thin crust at the edge of the thermal area and plunged into scalding water.
One of his feet and one of his ankles was scalded with significant thermal burns from the hot water. He was transported to a hospital for treatment. We don't know much more beyond that. And as to critique many people who have commented, we don't know if this individual was walking off trail at the time. It's possible, but the park hasn't said whether or not he was. We just don't have a lot of information on this specific incident.
The last incident of a person sustaining serious injuries from a Yellowstone thermal pool was in September 2024. This is the first thermal pool-related injury in the park this year. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
The sudden death of a 21-year-old Casper man has left his family devastated. Braden Rayner was traveling on I-25 Sunday when the SUV he was in rolled. His cousin, Addison Roderick, told Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck that Rayner was ejected from the vehicle and died at the scene. In what seems like a prophetic coincidence, a year ago, Rayner had posted to Facebook how life can end, quote, in the blink of an eye.
He was a passenger in a vehicle that was, according to his cousin, bringing things back from a work site in Colorado. And the vehicle ended up flipping over. And a cousin told me that, he was somebody that was really the life of the party. When he showed up, really an extrovert and was definitely loved and is missed by everybody that knew him.
The preliminary crash investigation shows that driver fatigue contributed to the rollover. 2 other passengers and the driver were transported to the hospital. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday, July 30th. July is still not over. I don't want it to be over too soon. That's okay, but man, we're in the dog days. All right, we're going to start right out this morning with a meaty discussion on nuclear. Who used to say that wrong? Back in the day, we had a president that used to say that wrong. Actually, we're going to start out today with complaining session, a gripe session, as we welcome Bar None Mayor Peter Boyer and Bar None Town Council member Dan Sabrowski. I have a toothache today, Mayor and Councilman. Any complaints from you guys?
Better you than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, toothaches. No thanks, man.
I have got to get this dealt with. Let's talk about life in the 82601. We're gonna have to figure out who answers what, but I'm assuming you guys are both in agreement with a proposal to bring future power. Although this technology has been around a while, we call it futuristic, but nuclear has been around. Radiant Nuclear proposing to locate in Natrona County near Bar None. Are we both saying that that's a good thing or bad thing?
I'll let the mayor go first.
Yes, Mayor Boyer.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, it really started out for me as a journey where I started out in the middle and I wasn't really sure where I wanted to go with it. I would say I was pro nuclear, but I had a lot of reservations, especially with it being so close to town. And the more research I did, the more I studied, definitely fell into realize how safe it is, fell into the camp of, hey, this is going to be a great thing for our town.
Yeah, kind of like most people's reaction, like I would be like, yeah, I understand nuclear. I know it's good, but is it safe? Do I want it here? It could bring jobs. There's probably a lot of things you wrestled with, and then finally you're pushed over a finish line. Dan, what about you when you heard about this?
Pretty similar, but I grew up here in Wyoming. I grew up in Wheatland. When I first learned about this earlier this year and visiting with the Radiant people, I was excited about a manufacturing facility, and then they told me, but it comes with nuclear waste. And I had to get my feet underneath me that all I've known growing up in Wyoming about nuclear is Chernobyl, Fukushima, and what I've seen in the movies. So my fear factor was up there, but I also understood I better go learn about it, go find the dangers in it, because if we're going to be part of bringing this to our community, yes or no, let's have the facts. And just like Mayor Boyer, we've spent the past 3 to 4 months really looking into this stuff. It finalized with a 2-day tour and seminars out at Idaho National Laboratories. Fascinating what we've learned about the industry and the safety. I can almost say the nuclear industry is safer than the restaurant industry when it comes to accidents, and I just can't find those incidents out there in the commercial side of nuclear. Now, World War II era stuff, that's a different conversation we could have too, but we don't do that anymore. So
Yeah. Well,
I'm all in now with what I've learned, and for the whole state of Wyoming too.
I'm appreciative that you two guys, on behalf of Bar None, which is basically a glorified airstrip. Is Bar None really built on Wardwell? Like, that's your town and airstrip?
Yep.
Yeah, actually, it is. It is.
Oh my goodness!
It's an old World War II airstrip, and that's why our streets are so nice and wide.
Right,
Yeah.
wide
Yeah, our town engineer is
really
is always,
long.
Yeah, nice and long, and so we always got to put in stop signs so people don't try to use them as a drag strip. But our engineer is always complaining to us about how we've got too much road for too small of a town.
And we still have the old hangar, which is called the Hangar, which is a great restaurant and a meeting area that it's really a unique town.
Fantastic.
We love it out here.
At least there's some uniqueness to it, because I keep wanting to say you guys are just Casper North, Evansville's Casper East. It's part of the general, greater metropolitan Casper area, but Bar None is truly unique with its own brand from Mr. None, the Bar N. That's cool. So let's talk. I'm so happy you did the homework. You made the findings, as they say, on this Radiant Nuclear, and you had same reservations as your people, as anybody in Wyoming. Like, I don't know, is it safe? What's the upside? What's the pros? What's the cons? You did the work. Tell me about your experience in Idaho. I'm interested. INEOL over there, they do similar stuff. They have safeguards. What did you learn there?
So for me, going there, one of the things that I was really impressed with was how professional everyone was. They really know what they're about, and they are nuclear experts, and they know what they're doing. They're not afraid of nuclear. We were standing in. They have a reactor called the Advanced Test Reactor. It's where they test fuels at, nuclear fuels. And we're standing in there, and they're giving us a presentation, and we're standing 15 feet as they're pulling fuel rods out. And nobody's freaked out about it. Nobody's, they're wearing the proper gear and things of that nature. But, it just, what I learned is that it's, I think for me, it finally put a lot of fears to bed, because they're not scared of it. And they respect it, which it should be respected. I mean, the consequences of disrespecting nuclear are pretty severe, but they respect it. And if you respect it and treat it that way, then it's just like a gun. It can either be a tool or it can hurt you, And so, walking out of there, it was just their professional nature, the nuclear, the more you understand it and the science behind it, the less scary it becomes, that it deserves respect, and that you should treat it that way, but that we absolutely should not throw it out, because it is an exceptional power source and energy source, and a huge, this will be huge for the state and huge for our community.
Yeah, in my experience, I had already done a lot of research. Of course, Mayor Boyer, we've talked about it, the stuff we're learning, coming up to going out to Idaho National Labs, and that was almost 2 weeks ago. And so it was kind of the icing on the cake on stuff that we've already been learning. I had a question about transportation coming back into Bar None, but really my first and foremost thing was understanding this is a federal agency. Myself and my conservative views, I get very skeptical about federal agencies. And I wanted to get the read of who I'm dealing with personality wise. And I'll tell you, that first day, in those first hours, what I realized, it felt like walking into a successful corporation. The atmosphere was professional, like Mayor Boyer said. The people were wonderful, upbeat, camaraderie was great, morale's high, and they don't want to die. many of these people, there's 6,500 employees out there, and they all do a vast amount of stuff. They have a huge campus right there in Idaho Falls, plus their facility spread out over multiple square miles out in the desert. But what I learned, and many of these people grew up there in Idaho Falls. They're farm kids, and they're very excited and passionate about the work they do. And I came away from there. These people, they're not going to push things through and do cover up like we keep hearing. They're gonna cut corners and get this out here because Trump wants it. I can assure you, those people are not built that way. They're going to run everything through its paces when it comes to Radiant's reactor project, and it needs to pass the test, or it's going back to the drawing board. Yeah. And they're very rigorous tests. So I'm confident what's going to happen out there based on my experience.
A lot of us of a generation, all we know of nuclear is 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl. We know about when it goes wrong. I got a feeling this is a different kind of nuclear, different technology, a different era, different age. We're talking now about these micro nuclear plants. It appears to be a big part of the future for energy. Wyoming's all about energy. President Trump, executive orders, he's behind these things. So this is going to happen. It sure feels like. So why, bar none, why Natrona County? You guys have always been energy leaders there in Natrona County. This is the right place, the right thing in the right place. Yes.
Absolutely.
I would agree. Yeah. And why bar none? This was never on my radar. Yeah. I didn't wake up one morning and say, hey, I think I want a $200 million radio or micro reactor manufacturing facility just north of town. But the opportunity just kind of dropped in on us. And like I originally stated is that, at first I was really reticent, like, this is scary. But as I've put those fears away, as I've studied more and more, this is a huge opportunity for the town. And I think we're particularly poised for this. This is going to be huge for bar none. We've got to, if this does go in, then it's going to be growth for Natrona County, bar none, for Casper, for everyone. This is going to benefit everyone. And we're talking infrastructure, we're talking homes, we're talking new businesses coming in, a lot of influx of money, a lot of influx of high paying, high skilled jobs. And then, there's all the, like I was talking about before, the industries or the infrastructure that's going in is going to allow other businesses to come in and flourish. And that's even more money and more jobs. So it's a big opportunity. And should we have this discussion? Absolutely, 100%. Let's talk about it. Let's have this discussion. And, we're never going to get everybody to agree on this, but I think that at least if we can maybe abate some of the fears that are associated with it, we can turn this into a positive where we change this narrative of I'm scared of nuclear, spent fuel rods being stored just north of bar none to, hey, that's safe. What is this going to do for us? Because this, ultimately this is private property. This is a private company going in and they have, they do have some of a right to go in there. And so we have to look at all sides of it and say, how can we benefit from this? Well, there's lots of ways. Let's have that discussion while we're having the discussion about, how safe is this?
That's the voice of bar none Mayor Peter Boyer. We're talking about Radiant Nuclear, their proposal to go in with a micro nuclear facility, whatever you call it. Councilman Dan Sabrowski, does this check all the boxes for you? Right place, right time?
It does. One aspect of it, in talking to them, they like Wyoming. I think they believe they're an addition to our legacy industries. They're not here to take over. In fact, Radiant's not, their type of work isn't to even compete at any level with our coal-fired power plants. But even nuclear as an industry, they're decades to maybe even 100 years away from being able to get to the level of energy that would even end our coal-fired power plants, but it's a transitional industry. So it would work well into Wyoming. What we learned out of Idaho National Labs is their STEM program coming into our schools. They give about an hour-long presentation on what they're doing in our high schools and what they're doing teaming up with our universities, including University of Wyoming. So my fear is that Wyoming has an opportunity to really flourish by adding an industry that will excite our legacy industries. We're kind of running along just above stagnant here in Wyoming. And I think this would bring some excitement. And this industry is coming after our kids. They're going to educate our kids. They're going to go into nuclear engineering and physicists. And if we isolate Wyoming from this industry, the rest of the states in the Rocky Mountain region are taking it. They're excited about it. And what they'll do, they'll take our kids in the future too, because the opportunity for them is too great not to go into it.
Councilman Sabrowski, bring up a good point. I didn't think about that. Projects like this are going to bring jobs. They're going to bring high-paying, like smart scientist kind of jobs, but jobs. Outside people are going to come in. But sooner or later, if you add this education component, these kids are going to come from Wyoming. And this is going to be that's really great to know. Let's talk about another upside. Just plain and simple economy. This is going to bring jobs. It is going to boost the economy. You guys have, again, done the homework. I look at the website for Bar None. Yes, Bar None has a website. Once you get over the shock of that, you even have an extensive study on what these kind of nuclear facilities do impact on property values. And I got good news. It's positive. This looks like an economy boost.
Well, I reached out yesterday morning. I was trying to get a hold of the mayor of Auburn, Nebraska, south of Omaha. That's 15 miles from the Cooper nuclear facility. And the mayor was out, but I talked to a gal named Crystal in their office, and we talked for almost an hour. And that town is 3,400 people, just a hair bigger than Bar None.
Yeah.
And fascinating what they've, in that area, 50 years, that power plant's been there. Not one incident. They've been storing nuclear waste out there for that long with that power plant. And what I mentioned to her, what I learned at Idaho National Laboratories, because we hear about the death and destruction of what nuclear radiation does. Well, these guys out at Idaho National Laboratories, they work in it, and they're retiring at a ripe old age, and nobody's dying. I would assume if there's cancer clusters, people wouldn't be going to work out there. The lady out at Auburn, Nebraska said their people retire in their 50s. They don't, because of the great retirement plans and the money they make off working out there at that nuclear power plant. And they're not dying. I can't find the cancer clusters. And over 70 plus facilities across the country, 54 nuclear power plants. Come on, that's a massive cover-up if you have cluster cancers killing people, because that's the big argument for the anti-nuke industry people. And I keep asking them, bring me the bodies. I will change my mind if this is dangerous for my community. I've lived in Bar None for 20 years. No way do I want something that's going to hurt this community.
Yeah, the track record is out there. Mayor Boyer?
Yeah, so, speaking of the economy of it, when you look at, so I talked to Radiant yesterday actually about this because I was curious, and I said, what are your expected average salary for your employees? And they said $85,000, which I believe is being conservative. When we were out at Idaho National Labs, their average salary out there was $105,000.
25.
Yeah, or was it 125?
Yeah.
Yeah, 125,000. And I mean, so you're looking at Radiant saying 85. I think they're being conservative just so in case, mitigating circumstances or whatever. But you do the math on that real quick. Their maximum number of employees that they think they're going to have is about 250, and that's over $20 million that's available to this local economy every single year. And then, like I said before, you have the infrastructure going in. You're going to have homes and businesses going in. more businesses means more young people staying in the state. It means more money going back into our community. It means more homes bought. I mean, it's the knock-on effects from this are extensive. Like right now, we can't even quantify all of them because we don't even know how much it's going to be. But we've got 500 acres north of Bar None that is just sitting there. It's in open prairie, and it's not doing a thing. And this could really turn into a huge opportunity. And this isn't just Bar None. This is the whole county. Like I said, like Dan said, is that it's the whole state. Because I mean, this isn't the only project. You've got Terra Power going out in Kimmerer, and there's talks about out in Gillette too. So I mean, it's a big opportunity. And like I said, I really would love for the narrative to shift over from one of the I'm worried about my kids getting cancer to the one of let's talk about the opportunities this is going to provide for our kids so that they can stay in the state, so that they can grow up here, and so that this state thrives.
Yeah. I think the average person's diet is more dangerous than a nuclear plant going in. No, but I'm glad both you guys, the first thing that came into your mind, it wasn't economy. Oh, this is going to be a great boost for Bar None. It was safety. Is this safe? It's the first thing you both asked yourself because you had concerns, just like anybody would. I feel relieved of that. Our time is short. We got to wrap it up. So just tell me, Mayor Boyer, Councilman Sabrowski, where are we with Radiant Nuclear? Done deal? When do they expect to? Where are we right now?
So right now, the Minerals Committee is considering a bill that would allow them to produce the producer reactors, take them out of state, and then bring them back here and store the spent fuel rods here. And so that's up for debate today. And they haven't purchased the property yet out north of town. That's going to be the next step. Then after that, then obviously they're planning on beginning of early next year for construction of the facility. And then you have to correct me on this, Dan, I can't remember exactly the date, but I think their first shipping of their first reactor would be in 2027.
Yeah, I believe so. Maybe 28. I know the testing starts in beginning of July next year. Not sure how long that'll run, but once they purchase the land, it sounds like they'll be constructing the building as the testing goes on. So they want to get things moving. They have quite a few orders with the Department of Defense that they need to fill if they pass the testing and get their NRC licensing. And so 2028, put the first one out there.
All right, guys. So if nothing else, we're all a lot more informed on Radiant Nuclear, what they're proposing here in Bar None. And the takeaway is your elected officials there in Bar None are up and at 'em pretty early. Both you guys, 6 a.m. are on it. You're more awake than I am, and my tooth still hurts.
Thank you for the opportunity for us to talk about it.
You bet, guys. Thanks for joining us at this early hour. Have a great day in Bar None in the 82601. All right, we got to move on. Greg Johnson ready to join us after this quick break of the Cowboy State Daily.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh,
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
you got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Greg Johnson joins us. Greg, a little late with you today. Sorry, we were rare opportunity to talk with the mayor of Bar None and councilman. You don't
I'm
get. Come on, I mean, you don't get that every day. That's the mayor of Bar None, and talking radiant nuclear. So, what's happening? I hear that Hulk Hogan died. Actually,
you're just hearing about that?
No, but I hear he died underwater financially, which so many celebrities and sports figures, they just, I don't know, they go on spending sprees. In Hulk's case, it was probably his T-shirt budget. I mean, every time he did an interview, he ripped his T-shirt off. How many T-shirts did that guy go through?
Could be. Although I think he had pretty hefty alimony and all that stuff.
Oh.
It's amazing when you're, super famous and everything, how many financial, leeches latch onto you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's kind of sad. You hear the same thing, about Ric Flair, who's one of the most popular wrestlers too, and not many of them, not many people in that profession there have much after they're done wrestling.
Yeah, I mean, most of them didn't come up with the silver spoon, so to speak. Like, they don't know. All of a sudden, you've got all this money and you don't know how to invest it, save it. All you know how to do is spend it. And that happens to be the case too often. Then you get a financial dude and he's ripping you off. And as Greg says, you got everybody, you got some second cousin you didn't even know you had comes calling. I just need a little seed money for this project of mine. And then
the spouse's relatives,
right. Weird Al Yankovic calls, says I need money from my new tour. Yeah,
that's right. Hey, what's your position on hot dogs? Do you put ketchup on them?
Ooh, not No. I mean, I have, and I don't hate it, but no, that's a mustard and relish thing. How about you?
That's kind of the official thing is
Yeah.
ketchup doesn't go on a hot dog if you're over 18.
Yeah.
If you're an adult, no more ketchup. It's a kid thing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, kids can have it because ketchup's too sweet.
Oh.
And it's not just the National Hot Dog and Sausage Council. They say don't put ketchup on a hot dog.
It ruins it. Yeah.
The mustard, relish, onions, cheese, and chili are acceptable if you're 18 or over.
Well, I can tell you from experience, do not put ketchup on your $80 Wagyu steak at the Snake River Grill, or the chef will come busting out of his kitchen, flip the table over.
Wow. You should be putting ketchup on any steak.
I'm just kidding.
I'm sure you would. Although my dad would do that.
Would he really?
First met my mom. The first time they went over to my mom's house to meet her parents, my grandparents, he barbecued some steaks. And they were horrified when he asked if they had any ketchup. Just horrified.
Oh,
the thing is my dad's mother was a bad cook, and they had to put ketchup on everything just to get it down.
Yeah.
So it was like a habit thing for him.
Yeah. That happens. Yeah, steak sauce, anything you try to put on your steak, that's an insult to the chef. Everybody should know that. But yeah, I'm going, mustard just works perfectly with a hot dog. They go hand in hand. It just tastes right. Ketchup.
There's a whole bunch of kind of rules that you do. I mean, you eat it. If you got a bun, you eat it with your hands. No knife and fork when there's a bun around. And don't use like artisan buns with like bits of sun-dried tomato and basil and stuff. It's considered gauche.
Yes.
That's according to the council.
Agreed. Your bun should come down to the level of its contents. And the hot dog, let's face it, is not a 5-star gourmet food item. So
that's right.
Don't get fancy with the bun.
Yep. You don't use a cloth napkin. Always use a paper napkin with a hot dog.
I would even go further and say long sleeves are appropriate when
they don't address that, but that's paper plates. Everyday dishes are okay, but don't put them on china. And I didn't know this. Don't take more than 5 bites to finish a hot dog. I guess don't nibble that thing is what they're saying.
Yeah, you shouldn't be real.
Don't leave bits of bun on your plate. Eat it all. Like, sometimes it's not as long as the bun, and so you got the little end.
Oh.
I'm guilty of that.
So it's a party foul to leave some of the bun. Okay. Yeah, you should not be nibbling it like fancy. Yeah, you should be gobbling it like Joey Chestnut.
Yeah, and any condiments that get on your fingers should be licked off, not washed.
All these rules of hot dogs.
These are the rules. Don't bring wine to a hot dog barbecue.
Oh, no, that's a Coke thing, man.
Beer, soda, lemonade, and iced tea.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I agree with that.
Now, they don't say here whether the hot dog is a sandwich or not. That's always a debate.
Oh,
hot dog
true.
A sandwich, or is it its own thing?
Right. What about accompaniment? I mean, potato chips are like the only thing you can eat with a hot dog, right? Pretty much.
Sure. Yeah, I guess potato chips. I guess baked beans are okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. You don't want some fancy side to go with your hot dog, right?
No.
I guess the better side for a hot dog would be another hot dog, probably.
Yeah. Chase that with another. I'll have a hot dog with a hot dog chaser. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, you can't eat just one.
hot dog etiquette. Don't put hot dog toppings between the hot dog and the bun. Always dress the dog on top.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, you need to see like the mustard squiggle on the hot dog. Like, yeah, these are, I agree with all these things. Whoever come up with this is spot on.
Yeah. So there we go. The hot dog etiquette. I don't know myself whether hot dog's a sandwich or not.
I mean, I guess so. I don't know. It does live in its own world. I mean, it's something between two slices of bread. That's a sandwich.
Yeah. So would a brat be a sandwich then?
Yeah, they're all sandwiches. Hamburger, brat, hot dog. I think so. But the fact is they don't stick around long enough to be identified. We're going to gobble them all down. Boy, are we covering some ground this morning, Wednesday.
I'm going to stop taking wine to the hot dog barbecue.
You better, man. That fancy bottle of wine. Get that out of here.
Yeah. Go to the sommelier and ask him what goes best with a 2025 Wrangler hot dog, with the.
Oh, I would pair that with a 2009 Chateaubriand from the such and such region of France. Yeah,
red or white with the hot dog.
It's got to be some lukewarm Coke. Red or white with. We've gone from discussing the ins and outs of nuclear energy to how to properly serve hot dogs. That's a lot of ground.
One day they'll have the nuclear barbecue.
Yeah, we don't even.
It takes like 3 seconds.
We're not talking that.
Put it in and you turn on the red.
Done. Ding. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of burns, how about that teen hiking near Lone Star Geyser who his leg poked through the ground? Was he off trail? We don't know, but 17-year-old tourist is the first thermal water burn victim of 2025. It happens. 200-degree water.
That sounds pretty painful.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'd just be like plunging your foot into a pot of boiling water.
Oh, yeah. That would not feel good. You know what story is making national news? I've seen it twice now. One, it's on Drudge. It's in national news outlets. Just this idea, and Renee hit it in her story as well, the idea that there's a new massive AI data center being proposed outside of Cheyenne that'll generate more energy than Wyoming could ever use. Twice as much gigawatt of power than Wyoming uses. Like, this thing could power Wyoming twice over. And everybody's talking about it on the interwebs.
Well, I mean, it uses that much power. It doesn't produce power.
Oh, uses that much. Right. It's AI. It's a data center. Uses more power than Wyoming uses per person.
1.8 gigawatts. But the thing is, it's designed to scale up to 10.
What does that mean?
Well,
like it get even
1.8
bigger?
gigawatts is the huge one that's more than the whole state uses.
Yeah.
If it can scale up more than 5 times that big.
Wow. You know what I don't see? I did see, now I see a couple national stories about it because it's fun to think an AI data center and the amount of electricity it needs is double tiny Wyoming where nobody lives. Like the national news outlets love the juxtaposition of those two things. But I did see one environmentalist-minded website saying, what about water? We know water is needed in some part to cool these data centers, to cool the computer. This thing's going to use an enormous amount of water. What does that mean?
Maybe it depends. They're starting to design these things now where they don't use a lot of water, that they're cooled to different different ways. So they haven't said. We just don't know what it's gonna.
Yeah, but I would like to know. Yes, I get that. But that's my number one first question. You know, AI data center, great. But before we start opening business, and because in this story you see the Cheyenne mayor said we don't even have to advertise anymore. They come to us and say we want in. So yeah, Wyoming is all of a sudden the world's data center state. Like they all want to come here. Why do they all want to come here? What's the advantage for Wyoming? How many jobs does the data center produce? Like one security guard walks through this thing at night? Like where are the jobs? Babysitting computers.
I mean, not everything has to produce a ton of jobs. If it produces a ton of money and revenue, then you know that's worthwhile also.
Yeah. Well, what's Wyoming's cut? This thing's gonna eat electricity more than the state uses.
It's one story.
All right.
We don't answer every question in one story when we just find out about it.
Right. I know. I just have concerns about. Show me how much water is this going to need? If I live in Cheyenne and I go to get a drink of water and the tap doesn't work anymore because the data center's sucking every drop, I'm going to wonder, gee, do we really need these things? I'm speculative. All right. What else is happening in the world?
I'm still hung up on hot dogs.
Yeah, you're gonna have hot dogs today, probably.
I don't know. I had one yesterday, and I didn't feel too good, so I don't know.
Well, hot dogs are, all the meat scraps of whatever animal. They're not exactly the choice cuts, but I mean, I love them just the same. And I can't even get the fancy, the gourmet dogs. I go the ballpark Franks. I want them like as junky as I can get them.
Yeah, I'm kind of a snob. I like the Hebrew National ones. They're really good quality.
Yeah. See, I don't even. I just take the bottom shelf hot dog, I already know what I'm getting into. I mean, I'm not. I don't have high expectations with a hot dog. I don't need it to be gourmet, 5-star. Give me the crap. I know it's crap. Give me the lowest price, junkiest hot dog you got. Maybe I'll put fancy mustard on it.
In college, when you're on a budget, a really tight budget, there's nothing like the $1 package of hot dogs.
Yeah. There you are.
Get several meals out of that for $1.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break. Greg, stand by. We still aren't done talking.
All right.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
One of the largest earthquakes ever recorded on Earth, an 8.8, the biggest in nearly 20 years, occurred off the coast of Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula. Tsunami warnings issued shortly thereafter, but turns out they're not as bad as we thought. Hawaii got some high waves, but they've downgraded the advisory now.
Yeah, it's just all the surfers are happy.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I guess Japan was reporting too that they were bracing for some of the big tsunami waves, but they were small.
Japan did get a lot of whales washing ashore. I saw that. I don't know why the whales can't figure out that, the ocean's getting all wavy and dive down. But I did see video of a whole mess of whales washed up on the shores in Japan. I saw flooding from drone shots in Russia, but for the most part, the U.S. is not feeling terrible tsunami stuff from that earthquake.
Mm-hmm. Those Ukrainian drones?
Maybe. They might have been. Yeah, the Russian news agency. Is Russia still run by Task with that news that they only tell Russian news?
I think so.
Yeah, they would never.
So. Yeah, it's being reported in Russia now as a Ukrainian attack.
Yeah. That would be the old Soviet Union. They would claim that the Ukraine caused the tsunami waves and destruction. That would be something they would have done back in the Cold War era. Well, I find it hard to find any news that doesn't involve Sydney Sweeney lately. Maybe it's because I kept clicking on everything, the clickbait Sydney Sweeney. All the headline has
it's AI, man. It's Big Brother. It's watching you. You mention something in the bathroom.
Yes.
And you come out and you look on Facebook and it's giving you ads for it.
Yes.
It's crazy. You do a search on your desktop and then, in your browser, but then some other program that's not related to your browser they're sharing data like instantly. And stuff. And that's what it is. You click on one thing, Sydney Sweeney, and suddenly everything you own is going to show you that.
It's pretty scary how it works. Suddenly in my social media, I have all these advertisements popping in for revolutionary clippers for ingrown toenails. I'm like, what? Wait, how did that happen? Somehow.
Hey, can you forward that one to me?
Yeah. But I did click on the Sydney Sweeney back when it was a story when we learned they made soap out of her bath water. I thought that was crazy. Plus, I do click on some Sydney Sweeney headlines like Sydney Sweeney wearing almost nothing. I'm like, click, 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 click. But this, in this case, she's under fire her and American Eagle for using her in a campaign. She's wearing jeans, and the whole ad campaign centers around Sydney Sweeney's great genes, meaning her genetic makeup and the jeans American Eagle, which she's wearing. And some folks are saying it's a racist ad because she's blonde, blue-eyed, and not, she's a typical white supremacy case. Meanwhile, Sydney Sweeney's just laughing her way to the bank, jet skiing with some mystery man, and everything she does seems to be controversial all of a sudden.
I have to admit, I paid no attention.
Really?
At all. Yeah, I mean, I've told you before, the things like, so-and-so goes out wearing this outfit and
yeah.
stuff. Those types of things that celebrities are doing, I just don't care. I just have a so what thing to it, So-and-so's seen on the beach with the bikini. Well, okay,
Well, you're out of the Sydney Sweeney fan club now. We'll have to throw you out.
I was never in it, so I'm okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay. Cody, things are jumping in Cody. What the heck? They got all kinds of stuff going on. Some kid wouldn't stop for police. There ended up to be a police shooting there and a death. Meanwhile, they had trees falling into power lines, and
somebody hit a cow.
And somebody hit a cow. Like, Cody, cops were busy the other night. But yeah, this is concerning. One dead in officer-involved shooting east of Cody. It happened Monday night. The deceased has been identified, Lucas Elva Stuffer, 22-year-old. And, of course, DCI is going to be called in for any kind of shooting like this.
Yeah, there's happened a few of them the last few years. It's just not. I mean, I don't know how people think that it's a good idea to run from police, confront police. And this one, you don't know if this person had a weapon or not. You assume that's what it was, or some kind of a threat.
To the officer
to trigger that, but it doesn't ever. You don't ever. I don't remember ever reporting the story. Armed standoff with police, ends with the guy getting away.
Right.
He successfully eludes police. I mean, you may once in a while someone can do that, but then they'll catch up to you because you'll do it again because you're stupid.
Yeah, you heighten this situation. You start it all when you don't stop at a traffic stop. When you try to run, you get in a high-speed chase. You have just started the clock. You just begin your troubles. Now you've got law enforcement on edge. I don't get people who try to run from the cops. You hardly ever get away, I'm sure. And I don't understand why somebody puts a pressure cooker on the sidewalk there and leaves it there.
Yeah. What? And I mean that is weird. That is weird. And you think of the history of people, especially like Boston Marathon and stuff, using pressure cookers as bombs. And there was weird stuff in it. There was drug-related stuff inside of that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Dale Killingback's story, Media Wirtz, she was walking around Monday morning, saw a pressure cooker on the sidewalk. She's like, that's weird. She asked her husband, don't you think that's weird? He's like, yeah, that's weird. Call the cops. She did after she saw it was still there an hour later. And the cops said, thanks for calling because, yes, pressure cooker was used to make a bomb of the Boston Marathon. So bomb is something suspicious about it. And caution taken as the Casper cops 3D'd it. They X-rayed it and make sure to see what was in it. And just strangeness. All right.
Yeah, it is weird. It would make me it would make me feel uneasy to see that.
Yeah, I'm not. If I'm the cop, I'm not just going to walk up and take the top off. I'll tell you that. I'm going to be a little worried. Hey, let's have a hot dog lunch today, Greg. Have a great Wednesday.
All right, I'll see you later, Jake.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Top of the hour news break, and we'll be right back after that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A proposal to ban watercraft on the upper stretch of the North Platte River's Miracle Mile section near Casper is drawing fire from some anglers who want to kill the rule before Governor Mark Gordon signs off on it. The Miracle Mile is an 8-mile stretch of the North Platte that's widely regarded as the gold standard for trout fisheries. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the proposal to ban watercraft on the upper 3 miles of the Miracle Mile has some anglers up in arms.
That's not just anglers, that's recreational people floating on inner tubes, anybody who's doing anything except wading into the river. As you can imagine, that's got some folks' hackles up. People who don't want this to happen are arguing that's a gorgeous section of river. We always floated it. It's the public's water. You should let the public enjoy it as they see fit. But I guess the other side of it is some people were saying, well, maybe it's becoming so crowded with boats up there, maybe we should just regulate it to wading or shore fishing only.
A petition to keep the Miracle Mile open is circulating with about 300 signatures as of press time. It's not certain when Governor Gordon might decide on the matter. A Gillette-based state judge didn't take the proper steps when holding a tardy public defense attorney in contempt. That was the decision of the Wyoming Supreme Court on Tuesday. Christopher Getz was a public defender in the region who quit his job last autumn after District Court Judge Matthew Castano fined him $100 and ordered him to write an apology letter to a county prosecutor. Though the case hinged upon technical interplay of legal concepts, the High Court's majority opinion skirts a much more tender underlying issue, the ongoing public defender shortage in the northeast corner of Wyoming. Getz's resignation exacerbated a public defender shortage in that corner of the state that worsened to the point of judges pulling private attorneys into the cases of some indigent defendants. The Casper Police Department continues to investigate why someone left a pressure cooker on a street corner, prompting street closings and a bomb squad response. Police responded to a call about the suspicious item from a concerned resident in the Paradise Valley subdivision on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that while it didn't contain explosives, authorities said it did hold items associated with illegal drug use.
You know, that harkens back to the Boston Marathon, which used pressure cookers, right? And so the police are saying they wanted to be extremely careful. And I talked to the woman that initially called it in, and she said that she was out that morning and her dog was sniffing at this pressure cooker that was sitting at the intersection of these two streets. And so she took a picture of it and sent it to her husband and said, hey, should we call this in? You know, and he goes, yeah, I think we should. I talked to another neighbor that said they're glad that it was called in because you never know with this kind of thing.
Detective Megan Davala said pressure cookers are a recognized potential threat involving homemade explosives. The incident is still under investigation. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Well, on the same day that Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin formally announced a proposal to repeal an Obama-era rule that declares greenhouse gas emissions to be dangerous, Wyoming lawmakers debated how effective carbon capture is as a tool to promote the burning of Wyoming coal. Ultimately, state lawmakers voted down a draft bill that threatened to gut carbon capture efforts. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the two events mark a big day for the debate over climate change.
You had the main administrator of the EPA in D.C., Lee Zeldin, calling out the endangerment finding. Now, this has kind of been the bedrock since about 2009 of all kinds of regulations around climate. Zeldin referred to it as the holy grail of those who were trying to defend regulations around protecting our climate and reducing CO2. So that's unfolding in D.C. At the same time, in Casper, you had legislators debating whether or not to repeal this carbon sequestration mandate.
Legislators voted to keep the law as is. Madison reports that means coal-fired power plants and utilities will continue to look for ways to sequester carbon. Those who supported that measure believe this will help Wyoming sell more coal. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Wednesday, and we're rolling through the morning with guest after guest. We are booked up today. Next in the room, say hello to Stephen Williford. Lives outside of San Antonio, Texas. You may recognize the name. He's sometimes known as the good guy with a gun. He is the man responsible for really stopping Texas, the deadliest mass shooting in Texas history. This happened back on November 5th, 2017. And if not for the actions of Stephen Williford, this could have got way worse. It is already bad enough. 49 of Stephen's friends, family, community members were gathered to worship in the First Baptist Church in Sutherland Springs when a madman went in there armed to the teeth. I mean, he was intent on shooting and killing everybody. 26 did not make it out of the church alive. Not one person made it out of the church that day without being injured. And it calls to mind the Walmart stabbing incident in Traverse City, Michigan, not long ago, and the importance of having somebody that is willing to step up from the community, because police, law enforcement's great, but sometimes it takes them a while to respond. It took 19 minutes in this church shooting down in Texas for cops to get there. So sometimes somebody with a gun, somebody with a firearm is crucial, but not in every case. Stephen, we got to get a lot to get to. What do you remember? First, let's go back to that day. 2017 is probably something you don't want to relive, but you were nearby the church. You heard shots and you figured out what was going on pretty quick. Tell me what you did.
So I was at my house relaxing that Sunday morning because I was going to start an on-call at the hospital that I worked as maintenance for. And my daughter made me aware of the shooting. I grabbed an AR-15 out of my safe. I grabbed a handful of ammunition, sticking it in a magazine as I ran across the street. I yelled out. Inside the church, he had just shot Julie Workman through the breast and shot Chris Workman in the back, paralyzing him. And he heard me yell, and he came outside. He had on Class 3 body armor and a ballistic bulletproof helmet. And we had a shootout, and he hit the truck. I ran for a Dodge pickup to hide behind, or not hide behind, but use for cover. He hit the truck in front of me. He shattered the windshield of the car behind me. He hit the house behind me. I put 6 out of 6 rounds on him. three of them counted. Three of them made it around the body armor, and he was able to get in his vehicle, which was parked in the middle of the street with the driver's side door open, engine running, and he fled the scene. I flagged down another Texan in a pickup truck, and we gave chase. We chased him 11.6 miles down the road, and police say that he shot and killed himself in the end.
Yeah.
And I'm okay.
Yeah, this happens in Texas, or this happens in Connecticut. It goes a lot different. I mean, in Texas, some, like Wyoming, a lot of folks are armed or have access to firearms, and Texas ain't going to stand for that. When the guy flees, he's going to be chased. And that's how what Stephen, now you are a firearms guy. You own firearms. You grew up with them. You're comfortable with them. You're a firearms instructor. So if anything, you're up on this. What about the average citizen in Wyoming? Most of us have a firearm, but we're not, we're not ready for a shootout.
Well, I would say that you should be ready for a shootout. Sutherland Springs is under 600 total population. You would think that that would never happen here.
Yeah.
So just to have thought about it, they say your body can never go where your mind's never been. So at least think about what you would do if something like that happened. I used to go to the range. I used to practice. I used to compete and stuff. And all of it was like golfing, but for men. I enjoyed shooting, and the shooting sports is so much fun. I never thought that I would actually use it, but in a real world, it can happen.
And you learn things from this situation. For instance, I've heard you say that, boy, it still bothers you today that it took you an extra minute and a half, let's say, to load your AR-15. You have firearms in your house. You went to get one because you figured out what was going on. Your daughter probably said, there's somebody shooting up the church. You went to a safe where you have your stuff locked up so people, can't get into it. But had that gun been loaded, maybe you could have got there quicker.
I call it the 91 seconds that I'll regret for the rest of my life, because I used to have one in the closet at the ready, but I was burglarized, and this was a number of years before this happened. I was burglarized, and the burglar stole the one gun that I had that was ready and loaded. And for the next couple of months, I feared that I would come home from work or something and come home to the same burglar in my house. And this time he had my gun. So I made a habit, thinking that I was a good, responsible gun owner, of unloading everything and putting it away in a safe. And had I been able to get my gun out quicker, I could have saved more lives, and I regret that. But I got into action as quick as I could.
Now, what do you say for people there's still people insistent that more guns is going to equals more violence. And this is situations like a church shooting or the Walmart stabbing. That's a job for law enforcement. The police should act there. Citizens don't need to be armed. But we've seen over and over incidents where the first guy on the scene or somebody on the scene, minutes count, seconds count. And if you're armed, what do you say to the argument that we shouldn't all have guns? That's a cops thing.
Well, the police were 7 minutes behind me. And I don't think anyone in that church would have survived if they would have had to wait another 7 minutes for police. When seconds count, police are minutes away. And that's not to say anything bad about police officers. They just can't be there all the time. They can't be with you all the time. Normally, they mop up blood, they take evidence, and hopefully arrest someone, and then hopefully a judge or a jury doesn't let them go. uh, police are only as effective as they can be there. And I would say they are second responders. You are your own first responder. It's time that we understand that and stay armed. There's more good people out there with guns. The Walmart thing in Michigan just proves that. When the guy came in and he stabbed 11 people, and finally, the first gun showed up, and the guy was able to hold him at gunpoint and put him on the ground and subdue him and wait for police to show up and arrest the guy. But how many more people would have been stabbed and maybe killed in that moment? Or look at the church in Michigan also, where the guy came in to shoot, and thank God for the deacon that ran over him, hit him with his truck. But then he started firing into the church, and the church safety resource officers were able to step up and stop him. And they returned fire and they shot and killed him. So another incident where it wasn't law enforcement, wasn't anybody other than just people with their own guns deciding that they'd had enough and that they weren't going to let it happen.
Yeah, we're talking to Stephen Williford, the good guy with a gun, the man that's responsible for stopping the deadliest mass shooting in Texas back in 2017. Stephen will tell you it's not just owning a gun, a firearm, and having access to it. It's being ready for that scenario, Stephen. Now, we're all not trained like cops. Cops are trained to get the attention, perhaps, of the shooter, which you did. There's the crazy guy. You get their attention. You don't just go in shooting, I would imagine. In this case, take us back to what you did. You yelled out to this guy. Did you wait for him to shoot first, or what happened?
Well, as I didn't have to wait very long.
No,
he was shooting at me.
All right.
And I'd like to address this where the people think that police are the only way that should stop something like this. You can go look at the crime stats and stuff, and by the FBI's own admission, they said from the latest study with their findings from 2007 to 2021, they said less than 2% of shootings are stopped by civilians like myself, non-law enforcement and stuff. But if you because 97% of all shootings happen in gun-free zones, if you take that 97% out of the equation, what you're left with from 2007 to 2021 are 203 shootings that didn't occur in gun-free zones. And out of that 203 shootings, 103 of them were stopped by non-law enforcement civilians like myself. So over 50% of them were stopped by non-law enforcement, and the rest of them, either the shooter stopped himself or law enforcement stopped him. But that's over 50%. And now take the average police officer in a shooting, in a shootout, the average police officer fires 24 rounds in a shooting. And out of that 24 rounds, what do you think the percentage of hits they get are?
5.
Well, you're a little low. Your average is 17% of the shots fired by law enforcement actually hit the target. 17%. And I would tell you that I fired 6 rounds, and all 6 of them hit the guy. So, and then if you look at the same stats where individuals like myself were in a shootout, there were no innocent bystanders hit. Between 2007 and 2021. And I will say that law enforcement can't even claim that. So those of us that would step up and stop a mass shooter have better skills than even law enforcement.
In the case of the Traverse City Walmart stabbing, this was simply somebody with a firearm, gun beats knife in the rock, paper, scissors of the world. And Derek Perry had a gun and was able to stop that along with the help of others in the parking lot of that Walmart. In some cases, it's gun versus gun. And I can't imagine, Stephen, to be mentally prepared. Now, you had training, you had muscle memory, you've been at the range, you've put a lot of rounds through firearms, so that part of your skill set was ready. But can anyone be mentally prepared for that situation where you got some madman in tactical gear shooting? Like, you had to be scared to death.
People ask me if I was scared, and I tell them, no, not at all. I wasn't scared. I was flat terrified. I was so far beyond scared, it was ridiculous. And in the Walmart stabbing incident, thank God he didn't even have to use his gun.
Yes.
Hold his gun. And this is really important for people to understand, that so many shootings and so many incidences are stopped by somebody with a gun, and overwhelmingly the number is they never have to take a shot. They never have to take a shot. They pull the gun, brandish the gun, and it's over. The person that is the bad guy usually responds to a firearm being brandished, and that's important. And fortunately for the guy at the Walmart, he did not have to take a life. He did not have to shoot him. Just the sight of the gun coming out, and the stabber was like, I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah.
And and kudos for him. I'm glad he didn't have to take a life. I'm glad he didn't have to actually pull the trigger. And thank goodness he had the mindset enough not to pull the trigger when it wasn't necessary.
Right.
Actually, if he would have shot the guy still holding the knife, if he would have shot him before he yelled out, drop the knife, if he would have shot him, he would have been justified.
Yeah, he showed great restraint for sure in a tough, tense situation that many of us are not prepared for. Stephen, our time is short. We got to bounce, but one last thing. I know Stephen Williford from Texas will tell you from his own experience, it's not enough to just be a firearm owner. Wyoming's got a lot of those. Only Montana, I guess, statistically has more gun owners, and it's pretty close, like 60-something% of us, and Texas right up there with Wyoming. So your chances of encountering somebody armed out there in the public are pretty good. And if something goes down, there may be something, but it's not just your casual firearm owner, your hunter. You need to be mentally ready for that. And you said it's just as little as thinking about, what would I do if this happened? What would I do? How would I be prepared? Where's the firearm? Is it loaded? Where's how would I react? You have to play the scenario in your mind, and that'll help a ton. Stephen, I know your answer to this question, but I'll ask it anyway. How many lives did you save that day?
I can't tell you. I can't tell you, but I am glad that God called me for that moment. Please go to gunowners.org. Gunowners.org. Sign up. Be part of the solution. Fight for your rights. Go $25 for an annual membership. Please go to gunowners.org and sign up.
Gunowners.org. Check that out. And get your Second Amendment right. Stephen Williford, thanks for joining us on the show. Appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless.
God bless, buddy. Yeah, what an incident. The Walmart stabbing, the Texas mass shooting back in 2017. Unfortunately, this is sometimes the world we're in. And yeah, it's crazy. We got to get to our... What are we doing next? We have to... We're doing weather. Yeah. Don Day into the Zoom room as we go back to back to back with our guests. Don Day and the day weather forecast. Don, what's going on today? How are you?
I'm doing good. Today is going to be a little deja vu. We're going to have very similar setup to today to where we were yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Is there more smoke and haze? It feels like I have a thin cloud of something. I don't get...
there is. The winds aloft is drawing smoke up from southern Utah, northern Arizona. That's where the fires are is bringing Wyoming smoke. That flow of air from the south is also transporting that subtropical moisture. We had some heavy thunderstorms yesterday afternoon and evening in the Bighorn Basin, around Casper, some hail reported around west of Lander. And we actually finally got it to rain in Wheatland. They had a very heavy downpour last night. And the central, the north, and the east for both today and tomorrow will be under the gun for heavy thunderstorms. The western side of the state also more widely scattered, but they'll be out there. And that smoke and haze will be found just about everywhere.
And a little cooler coming into the end of the weekend.
Oh, yeah. Well, the coolest temperatures will be the next 3 days. There'll be a lot of Wyoming only in the 70s and low 80s. Traditionally, this could be some of the hottest weather of the year, but even the central and the eastern part of the U.S. is going to cool off here in the coming days.
All right. Thanks, Don. Have a great Wednesday.
You too.
Day weather forecast in the Cowboy State Daily. Let's duck out here real quick, and we'll be right back with Howard Yaris, I think. We got to be nimble this morning. Right back after this quick break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats, or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Go to that.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it.
Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice. We're back, Cowboy State Daily, here on a Wednesday as we welcome into the Zoom room, into the discussion, Howard Yaris. Howard is an economist, professor, attorney, businessman, activist. He currently teaches at a little outfit in Manhattan called NYU. Perhaps you've heard of it. He's also, prior to teaching, was executive vice president, general counsel, Radian Group, one of the largest guarantors of debt in the world. So let's just say this guy knows more about the economy. He's forgotten more about the economy than we'll ever know. And you got to check out his book. We'll talk about his book, Understandable Economics. I mean, I'm beginning under the assumption, Howard, that I don't need to know anything about the economy. It doesn't affect me. The economy does its thing, and the president tries to fix it, and all those bankers, the world bankers meet in Jackson Hole, by the way, every year to try to fix stuff. But how does the economy affect me, Howard?
Absolutely. Good to be here. It's great for Jackson Hole. It's great for Wyoming that they meet there. But other than that, tell the economy doesn't matter to the person who's who's unemployed, or to the person who's doing really well. The economy matters to everyone. When it's good, there's opportunity. People are happier. There's a chance for improving your life. When it's bad, people lose their jobs. People have less to spend. People are not as happy. There's a reason why the psychological term for being down in the dumps, unable to get stuff done, is the exact same term for when the economy is bad, a depression. There is a reason they're both the same word, and that is because people are down in the dumps and there's a malaise, and it's just not good.
It's depressing when the economy is
literally and creatively depressing. Exactly.
You're right. All right, let's hit a few bullet point topics. Starting with tariffs. Boy, that is in the news right now. President Trump getting tough with other countries doing the tariff thing. Your personal opinion, is he on the right track? Do tariffs work? And do tariffs even affect me and what I pay?
Good questions. The point I make in Understandable Economics is that economics is not some complicated, esoteric thing that you need fancy math and all sorts of tools to understand. If you have some basic knowledge and good common sense, you could figure it out. It's just not that difficult. So let's start with tariffs. What are tariffs? Words: tax on imports. That's what they are. It's really simple. A tariff is a tax on imports. And what happens when you slap a 15% tax on something? 15% more money comes out of people's wallets for the imported goods. But that's not where it ends. If you use common sense, you think about the domestic producer. All goods are either imported or made domestically, okay? So we've already established the imported goods go up by 15%. You have to shell out 15% more money for them. What do you think the domestic manufacturer is thinking when that happens? They say, maybe we could raise our prices a little. We used to have to compete against these goods that cost 15% less. Now they cost 15% more. Let's jack up our prices 5, 10%, and we'll still be competitive. So what happens? All prices go up. Again, this is rocket science. This is just having some basic knowledge. Tariffs are a tax on imports. Once you know that, you could sort of figure this out for yourself. And the goal of Understandable Economics is to help you do just that.
Economics does seem daunting when I hear about things like the national debt, like trillions. Does it matter? Our country is so deep in debt.
Yeah, I can't get my head around $30 trillion. I don't think many people can. I remember a congressman mixing up billion and trillion. That's like mixing up, like saying, oh, I had a sandwich for lunch. I don't remember whether it was $10 or $10,000, but it was good.
Yeah.
You can't get your head around that. So what I do in the book is I divide the national debt by all Americans. It comes out to like $87,000 per American. And that's a number we can clearly get our heads around. Is $87,000 of debt too much? And then it's really, again, a value judgment. If you heard someone took a loan of $87,000 to go to medical school or to start a promising business, would you say that's wasteful? Would you say that's a terrible thing? On the other hand, if you heard someone took out an $87,000 loan to just pay their groceries, push the grocery bills down the road, yeah, it seems like a really bad idea. So the question is, what did we borrow all that money for? And again, if the money is borrowed to build bridges and educate kids, it seems to make sense. If it's just borrowed so that we don't have to tax now, we'll tax later, doesn't make sense. And again, it involves value judgments. That's where the reader comes in. But what I try to do in the book is a help to make it understandable. $87,000. What did we get for it? And does that make sense to you? So you could begin to think about it. $30 trillion is a meaning. It's a scare tactic. That's all it is.
The book we're talking about is authored by Howard Yaris, who we're talking to. It's Understandable Economics, because understanding our economy is easier than you think and more important than you know. Let's talk about where the economy affects all of us. And that's like at the grocery store, everyday items. We keep hearing about inflation. What is inflation? Is that just retailers gouging us? Do things really cost more? Why do they cost more? What is inflation?
I always tell the students that I love short answers. One word is the best answer. 2 words are the next best answer. So I gave you a 3-word answer on tariffs. Tax on imports. I'll give you a 2-word answer on inflation. How's that?
Yeah.
Spending, the ratio between spending and stuff. What does that mean? If the spending is increasing more than the amount of goods and services in our economy, prices are going to be bid up. Think about an auction. If people have more money in an auction and the number of goods at auction isn't changing, prices are going to be bid up. When the amount of stuff and the amount of spending increase at the same rate, you get stable prices. So that's inflation in a nutshell. What happened during COVID? Both sides of the equation did terribly. Spending went up. People were spending money. They were home. Many people got stimulus checks. So the spending went up and the stuff arguably went down. People couldn't go to work. And so there was much more spending compared to the amount of stuff. What's happening now? A very famous economist once said, economists make predictions not because they can, but because they're asked. And so it's very hard to predict where it's going. But getting back to the other question on tariffs will raise prices on goods. What effect that has? It's psychology. Will people cut back on spending? I don't know. But again, prices will be going up. If people do cut back on spending, that's really bad for the economy, because when people cut back on spending, businesses shrink. They lay off people. What happens when businesses shrink and lay off people? People cut back on spending even further. You go into a vicious cycle. Yeah. So will that happen? I think there's a significant chance, to cut to the bottom line there. I think there's a significant chance that will happen. It's a tough situation. The last time we had really high tariffs, they were called the Smoot-Hawley tariffs in the 1930s. It really, really reduced consumer spending, which is terrible for the economy, because the economy relies on consumers toning up their cash to buy goods and services and keep businesses afloat. When consumers cut back, businesses get hurt.
And that sounds like we were just talking about a scary notion, inflation, but boy, even scarier what you're talking about, consumer cutting back, is recession. That's a bad word too. Is that where we're headed?
Well, this even worse word, it's called stagflation. That's a combination of inflation and stagnation, 2 words there. That's where the economy turns down, but prices are still going up. That's the worst of all possible worlds. And as we discussed, it's extremely likely, almost an arithmetical certainty, that prices are going up with tariffs. So you got the inflation part of it. And if that results in people cutting back on spending, you get the stagnation part of that. That's the worst economy you can have. It's what we had in the 1970s. And I really hope it's not repeated in 2026. But again, if we're healthy and we live long enough, we'll see. Economics is not some kind of science like physics or biology. It's more like psychology. And just as if you went to a psychologist, you wouldn't say, "Oh, put all this data in a formula and out will come my prognosis." That's not how it works. It depends on how people react to these different things, and it's not as easily predictable as some phenomenon in physics.
That's a good point, Howard. The economy is so much a study of human behavior and when and why we might reach for our wallet or reach for the debit card. Yeah, that's a really good point. Let me ask you, in your book, do you address at all the strength of the dollar, both here and abroad, and Bitcoin, and how cryptocurrency might throw a whole wrench into the works? I don't know.
Well, you have good company when you say you don't know, because the dollar, let's talk about the dollar. The dollar was the king of currencies, and it still is the king of currencies. I should not have used the past tense. It has declined 10% against major currencies in the last several months. Whether it will decline further is anyone's guess. But the big question you asked is, will cryptocurrencies encroach on the dollar supremacy? And my question to you is, if you had a Bitcoin, try buying a sandwich with it, a house with it. You'd have to sell it to get dollars to buy those things. There was a recent Bitcoin conference here in New York City that did not take Bitcoin for the attendance fee. So if your goal is to buy illegal drugs or to extort money, yeah, cryptocurrencies have a real role. But in terms of the legitimate economy, the vast portion of economic activity, it does not have a role as of today. Whether it will have a role sometime in the future, I'll go out on a limb here. I try not to make too many predictions, and I really try to be nonpartisan. I doubt it. Why? Because it's just so cumbersome. I'm not an expert on this by any stretch of the imagination, but the algorithm behind cryptocurrencies, the amount of computing power it takes to maintain that virtual ledger, I understand is astonishing. And I don't think there's the capacity to run the economy on something like that. There's also, the dollar has some technical built-in advantages. One, the US government will only take tax payments in dollars. So the dollar has some built-in advantages. Plus, Bitcoin is untested. The cryptocurrencies in general are untested. They take a lot of energy. So my bet is on the continued dominance of the dollar.
We're talking to Howard Yaris, an economist, super economist. Just a few more things, Howard. We've just touched on the Federal Reserve. Other than coming to Jackson Hole once a year and bringing their fly fishing poles, what do they do? What does the Fed Reserve do? And how much effect if they decide to hike interest rates or lower them? I mean, how important should we be concerned with the Federal Reserve and what they're doing?
Actually, you stole my two-word answer. Interest rates. They control interest rates. And that, again, once you know that, it's not rocket science. What happens if the Fed, they control interest rates? So what happens if they lower interest rates? What are you going to do if they lower interest rates? You might build an addition onto your home. If you run a business, you might say, hey, we can now afford to build an extra factory or something. Lowering interest rates gets people to spend money. And what happens when money is spent? There's economic activity. What happens, on the other hand, when they raise interest rates? Hey, that addition onto my home doesn't make sense. That car loan is now too expensive. I'm going to deal with the old car. The factory owner says, we can never make a profit expanding our business because the cost of the loan is too high. People cut back on spending. So through interest rates, the Federal Reserve affects how much spending there is. And so what is the Fed going to do now? All bets are on the Fed is going to do nothing this week. They're meeting this week. And the reason is they're afraid that inflation is going up because of the tariffs. And they don't want to lower interest rates to increase spending even more, which would put, as we discussed 5 minutes ago, put upward pressures on prices. Again, spending to stuff. If they encourage more spending, they're going to encourage even higher prices. Combined with the tariffs, they're afraid that there'd be too much inflation. So the bottom line is it's 99% certain they're not going to lower interest rates. Why does the president want them to lower interest rates? It's cheaper money. Cheaper money always makes people happy. But in the long run, I have this anecdote in the book that before World War II, there was such hyperinflation in Europe that people went to a restaurant, ordered food, and by the time the food came, the food was more expensive. That's inflation.
Yeah. One more thing, the times we're living in, income stagnating, middle-class jobs disappearing, AI is going to take all our jobs and then kill us once it gets smart enough, economic growth slowing, and it seems the only people getting wealthier are the people that are already wealthy. I just want to stick my head in the sand and be scared of it. But your book will arm us at least with some information, at least make us understand what's going on. And
yes.
I don't know then if we can affect, but tell us, at least if we read the book, what it's just going to make us better informed. What else?
Well, the first step, you can't change a system you don't understand. The first step to improving a system is to understand it. So that's my hope, to give people some foundational knowledge and encourage them to look at the world and use their common sense. Don't rely on the experts who tell you need all sorts of math and equations and whatever. Economics is about value. It's about who gets what and who does what. So one, get better informed. And the more well-informed you are, the more you'll be able to see through what different people running for office are proposing. The better you'll be at assessing policies and making sure that they reflect your values and not the politicians' values or their donors' values or the quote-unquote experts' values. People need to be armed with a better understanding so that they can elect better people to office. And believe me, whatever your political inclinations, I think we can all agree that we could probably do better with who we're voting into office these days.
This book, Understandable Economics, because understanding our economy is easier than you think, more important than you know. It's been out a while. It's been out in Kindle. It's been out in an Audible, which I think you narrate.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Prometheus is coming out with an updated paperback edition. How do we buy it? Why should we get it if we already have the old one? Or what's going on with the book? Where do we go?
It's coming up. Sure, it's coming out August 5th, which is a new updated version with a new introduction, and it is available on Amazon and everywhere you could buy books online. If it's not in your local bookstore, I hope you ask them for it. And I definitely think it's worth reading. If you haven't read the original, it's certainly worth reading. And if you have read the original, everything is updated. There's a new introduction which talks about the recent change in the administration in Washington. So I hope people read it. And even more so, I hope people start thinking about the economy and start getting involved, because the only way, it's a democracy. The only way we're going to have a government that we like, the only way we're going to have policies we like is if we assert our preferences. If we just sit back and say, let the experts do it, we're going to wind up with something we may not like at all.
Well, just a short chat with you, and I'm less scared of the economy. Thank you, Howard, for being on.
Thank you so much. It was great.
Have a great day.
You too.
Howard Yaris. Yeah, check out that book we were talking about. We got to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Andrew Rossi. Cowboy State Daily show continues this morning.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily news team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake on a Wednesday. I'm not sure where Andrew is, but as we wait for his possible arrival, let's go to Cody anyway, where Andrew normally hangs out. Cody, Wyoming, Park County. Heard of incident Monday night. I was seeing this on socials. People were talking about a police chase. People were talking about a member of the community that was shot by a police officer and killed. And now we learn a little more about what happened. Claire McFarland has the story. One dead in an officer-involved shooting east of Cody. This happened Monday night on a busy night for Cody coppers. Oh, man, they were jumping Monday night. There was an accident outside of Cody where I think two different people hit a cow or hit the same cow. Can't even make sense. We'll get Claire on here in a little bit and we'll ask her what went down there. There was a cow hit on the highway. Then there was high winds that were causing trees to fall over into power lines. And then there was a traffic stop at 8:02 Monday night on West Avenue in Cody, a residential area. A driver failed to yield, prompting officers to then give chase. And this went all the way from downtown Cody to east of Cody, out on Highway 14, 16, 20. The statement issued by the Cody Police Department does not identify who was chased. And by the way, the chase ended in the shooting of the 22-year-old that we now identified as Lucas Elvis Steffer. The pursuit continued to mile marker 58, but the suspect's vehicle suffered a mechanical failure, became inoperable. Cody Police Department Lieutenant Justin Weed told Cowboy State Daily Monday. The vehicle was a truck. He declined to give make and model and said the mechanical failure was not anything law enforcement did. So in other words, no, they didn't ram him or there wasn't a tire strip, one of those deals. The traffic stop originally started when the man had no license plate. So the police wanted to figure out why that was the case. Where's your license plate? But once he led officers on the high-speed chase, things escalated. And according to the Cody Police Department, quote, upon contact with the suspect, an officer-involved shooting occurred. The suspect was fatally wounded. No officers were injured during the incident. The statement does not say whether the suspect had a weapon or used the weapon or brandished the weapon in any way. Don't know. Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation has been called in. DCI's called in every time there's a shooting, every time an officer discharges his weapon. Also, standard practice is that officer, by the way, who fired reportedly one shot, is on suspended duty until investigation is over. That's all we know so far. Claire McFarland's story, there was a shooting and a 22-year-old victim identified as Lucas Elvesteffer. Lucas James Eric Elvesteffer, 22-year-old, is dead after these chase and shootout. Meanwhile, Wyoming Highway Patrol had closed that stretch of highway for the investigation. It was a busy night all around. That highway between Cody and Powell, 2 vehicles hit and killed a cow at about 9:40. Cow dead and 1 person taken to the hospital. Don't have specifics on 2 people hit, how 2 vehicles hit 1 cow. That's still yet to be reported. We're yet to get more info on that. Meanwhile, city electric and fire department were out trying to de-energize a power line after a tree fell on it due to high winds. So, yeah, Cody Monday night was busy with activity. We'll talk to Claire McFarland, see if she has any updates on that story. She'll be with us a little bit later. Andrew Rossi, who I guess we're not going to get Andrew. He was going to talk about this hiker who broke through the thermal crust and landed in scalding water. I don't think his entire body. I think his leg broke through. He was hiking in the Lone Star Basin area of Yellowstone National Park. This 17-year-old who was unnamed. And this is an area that doesn't have boardwalks. It has a trail system. And if you remain on the trail, theoretically, you should be safe from an incident like this. So we still don't know whether this person went off trail or whether indeed in hiking legitimately somehow broke through the thermal area. It's about 3 miles southeast of Old Faithful. Lone Star Basin is certainly less visited than some of the other features in the park, hence the no boardwalk. But the 17-year-old, his foot plunged into scalding water. He broke through, and temperatures of the Lone Star Geyser Basin of the geysers in this area range from 160 to 200 degrees. So you can imagine significant burns suffered by the 17-year-old teen to his foot and ankle. Emergency medical staff responded, and the patient is, we don't know his situation, but assumably is being cared for. It's the first thermal pool-related injury in Yellowstone of 2025, and hopefully the last. But Yeah, stay on the trail, stay on the boardwalk. Always the message in Yellowstone. Still don't know whether that was the case here, whether the person went off the boardwalk or not. But we do have reports of the 17-year-old injured after breaking through the crust in Lone Star Basin. Lone Star Geyser Basin. That's an Andrew Rossi story, the Cowboy State Daily. We'll get to a whole lot more as we continue on this Wednesday with the show. It's the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network, back after top of the hour news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A man was fatally wounded in an officer-involved shooting Monday evening after police say he fled a traffic stop in Cody. According to the Cody Police Department, the failure to yield prompted officers to chase the male driver through the city and east of it onto State Highway 14. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the man was later identified as 22-year-old Lucas James Eric Alvestefer.
The 22-year-old was the subject of a traffic stop for not having proper registration, according to the police department, meaning either no license plate or not the right kind. He didn't stick around, and an officer-involved shooting followed, and he was killed. There was one officer who fired, who's been placed on leave, and as is common practice, Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation has been called in to perform an independent investigation to look for justification or culpability in the officer involved.
No officers were injured during the incident. Cody Police Department Lieutenant Justin Weed declined to comment on if Alvestefer brandished a weapon or was found with one after his death. Cheyenne's about to get its largest data center yet, with pipeline company Tallgrass and Texas-based digital infrastructure company Crusoe announcing the construction of a 1.8 gigawatt artificial intelligence data center in southeast Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the two companies did not provide a precise location, but Mayor Patrick Collins confirmed that the data center will be in Cheyenne.
1 gigawatt is enough power to power up 1 million homes. Wyoming only has population just over like 587,000, right? So it's like twice the power need of Wyoming for this one data center that's going to scale to 10 gigawatts. The scale is just enormous. Communities vie for these big economic development things, but Cheyenne didn't do anything. This company came knocking on their door.
Wyoming's weather and energy production make the state a great location for data centers. However, if the whole state wants to capitalize on the data center race, Jean reports more communities along I-80 must scale up their power infrastructure. A 17-year-old tourist suffered significant thermal burns near the Lone Star Geyser in Yellowstone National Park on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the teenager was on a hike in the Lone Star Geyser Basin 3 miles southeast of Old Faithful on Monday morning. His foot broke through a thin crust at the edge of the thermal area and plunged into scalding water.
One of his feet and one of his ankles was scalded with significant thermal burns from the hot water. He was transported to a hospital for treatment. We don't know much more beyond that. And as to critique many people who have commented, we don't know if this individual was walking off trail at the time. It's possible, but the park hasn't said whether or not he was. We just don't have a lot of information on this specific incident.
The last incident of a person sustaining serious injuries from a Yellowstone thermal pool was in September 2024. This is the first thermal pool-related injury in the park this year. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
The sudden death of a 21-year-old Casper man has left his family devastated. Braden Rayner was traveling on I-25 Sunday when the SUV he was in rolled. His cousin, Addison Roderick, told Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck that Rayner was ejected from the vehicle and died at the scene. In what seems like a prophetic coincidence, a year ago, Rayner had posted to Facebook how life can end, quote, in the blink of an eye.
He was a passenger in a vehicle that was, according to his cousin, bringing things back from a work site in Colorado. And the vehicle ended up flipping over. And a cousin told me that, he was somebody that was really the life of the party. When he showed up, really an extrovert and was definitely loved and is missed by everybody that knew him.
The preliminary crash investigation shows that driver fatigue contributed to the rollover. 2 other passengers and the driver were transported to the hospital. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Claire McFarland joins us. Claire, where to begin with you? First off, we have to congratulate you. You're Mom of the Year for tossing your 11-year-old the keys to the car and saying, go out and get Mama a pack of smokes. And is your 11-year-old really driving?
Yeah, both of them.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Which, having twins is a constant science biology experiment.
Right.
Because you learn whoa, it's nurture, it's not nature. There's so many differences where I'm like, nobody ever gets to blame their genes around me for anything.
It's so funny. And we're talking about Claire McFarland's opinion piece, her regular, not regular enough. You've been so busy with writing newsy stuff. I miss these insights into your family life, but I halfway through reading this where you explain why you allowed one of the 11-year-old twins to drive, I felt like, I see why you did that, but watch out because the other one is going to want the same things. Like as soon as he got home, he's like, what do you mean you drove? I want to drive. And
yeah.
I'm like, oh boy.
The twin that is not afraid of the gas pedal then felt entitled to drive.
Right. And that's where you start to second guess allowing the other, the one you can trust with behind the wheel, and then the other one wants to. So, but no incidents, right? Everybody in Riverton's safe.
Yeah.
Phew. Okay. Yeah. Where to start? What do we know? Anything additional about the Cody incident? That sounded like a busy Monday night. Cody Police Department, a lot going on, trees blown into power lines, people hitting cows. And then this kid pulled over for not having a license plate, and he runs. Don't run from the cops, kids. The number one question everybody wants to know is, was this 22-year-old armed? I mean, why was he shot? What do we know?
Yeah, that's... we're trained especially by the amazing Justin George. Always find out, was there a weapon near the decedent? Did the decedent have a weapon? And in this case, the statement didn't say. The PD declined to comment, and DCI was like, hey, we're just starting to investigate. Just, and DCI, it's not their baby, right? It's not their officer. So they try to just stay silent and impartial until they're ready to cough the whole thing up, hand it to the prosecutor. So not getting anything out of them at this phase is fairly common, even though, they do tend to tell the public, okay, we were called to this scene for this. And that's what they tend to tell the public at this phase. Not much.
Yeah. And certainly the Cody Police Department, it's out of their hands now. They following procedure. DCI comes in, the officer is on paid suspension, not out there doing his job. That's all the course of normal business. The reason we all have these questions and want to know is, look, 99% of the time, or whatever number you want to add, it's deemed to be justified shooting, but sometimes it's not. And in the case of your story about the Thermopolis police sergeant, what's the latest there? He's the one who set off that fatal shootout in Thermopolis, Mike Mascoro, and he's giving up his certification, can't be a Wyoming cop. What does that mean?
Yeah, that one's been quite a saga. Excuse me. So he was not guilty or even chargeable for any criminal homicide variation. And that's really the prosecutor hinged that decision not to charge on a loophole protecting officers who are acting on the job. There's not lawfully in that phrase, right? So you're in uniform, you're doing the knocking, you're doing the entering, whatever, you're protected, which we've talked about before. But yeah, so on Thursday, he surrendered his peace officer standards training certification, his cop certification for the state of Wyoming. That was pursuant to a settlement. Now, the leader of Post, the director, told me, look, he's not admitting any wrongdoing, but he did come to an agreement to give that up. And the 7, I believe, Post commissioners, all present virtually or in person at that meeting, approved that unanimously.
Got it. Let's shift gears to a topic that, boy, we see playing out throughout the United States. I just talked about a lack of public defenders in the Boston area in Massachusetts, and all these cases that were just let go. Like, there was no public defenders to work the case, so they just let a whole bunch go. The judge said, well, you're out, we're not, the case is dropped. I mean, that's the scary scenario when you don't have enough public defenders. We're talking about one here, Christopher Getz, who the judge slapped him with a fine, made him write a letter of apology because he was 45 minutes late. He had his reasons. Christopher Getz, public defender in a case, he did pay the $100 fine. He did write a letter of apology and then promptly quit. And that's just exacerbates the issue. Your story involves why the Wyoming Supreme Court was involved. What does that mean?
Yeah, I got to have a nerd out. Maybe too much of a nerd out. So Getz appealed the contempt finding, and so that's a reason for being late. Like, right? Because he thought that he had a settlement going where his client wasn't going to get bumped up to the felony court. Let's just grab this agreement. We're going to plead in the misdemeanor court and get this thing dealt with. And the last minute that fell apart. And so he ends up having to do an argued preliminary hearing, which people familiar with the court process, whoa, the longest one I had of those was like 5 hours. They're usually closer to an hour. But I have had one go 5 hours one time in Kemmer. So all of a sudden, oh crap, I gotta cross-examine the cop that wrote this report, probably is usually the case. And I'm going to do this. And argue that the state doesn't have probable cause. And so the judge's perspective is you could have called, like you could have had somebody give me a smoke signal to let me know. And, Getz's position is more like, I was just trying to get through it because I really want to deal with this thing that my client has in your court and not have that delayed again because my client's already been waiting. So it's just a mess, the whole reasoning behind it. But the nerd out part is the judge pronounced him in contempt in court. And then the later corresponding written order deployed a different mechanism of law sanctioning him. Right? And so there's all this argument like, which order is the valid order that we're going to argue about? And the majority was like, well, neither order was deployed correctly. The concurring in part, dissenting in part opinion of Justice John Fenn is like, we should be arguing about what the written order says. And the written order is not properly done because he didn't have notice. He was being sanctioned. That's a lot.
I'm getting bleary-eyed trying to understand the basic questions I had was the judge right in issuing the contempt of court or should he even be doing that, knowing that public defenders are like gold, man? We got to cherish everyone we got. Was he being too hard and did he do it right? I guess he didn't do it right.
Yeah, that's where things, right? Because the layman wants to get super passionate, like either we don't like these public defenders or the judge is being too hard. Like the layman wants to get super like passionate about the principles behind everything. But then I got to write this story where the Supreme Court is like, well, technically the written order should deploy this mechanism of law. And so it's not
even what it was about. Right.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court was not looking, they were looking at, procedure and
it's also interesting. Rural Wyoming, like some communities, they flat hate defense attorneys, public defenders, not all, but their existence is guaranteed by the Constitution, as is ours, by the way. And so I just feel that especially constitutional conservatives do well to remember that.
Yeah, because otherwise we'll have to rewrite the Miranda rights every time you're arrested. You'll have a lawyer appointed to you if we can find one. We'll have to tack that on. All right, let's turn to politics because look at you dabbling in politics. This speculation that the governor's race could involve we don't know who it's going to involve, but I'm just fascinated by that Congresswoman Harriet Hageman's name keeps coming up. I just don't see her. Maybe the next time I have her on, which will be pretty soon, in another week or so, I'll flat out ask her, are you running for governor? Because I just don't see it. If you're a lawmaker, congressperson, you make laws. If you're a governor, that's a whole different thing. And I don't know that that's her passion. Maybe it is. But it's holding up some folks. Secretary of State Chuck Gray's got ambitions for governorship. I mean, that's been pretty evident every time you talk to him. But he says he's waiting on Congresswoman Hageman, and we might even get a third term out of Governor Gordon. Who's going to be our next governor, Claire? Let's just ask you that.
So I tend to think of Congress as the big gig too. I was asking friend, like, why would she do that?
It's a step down.
And my friend said, well, those weekly trips to DC are kind of hard on you. So that's a factor. Like a lot of us don't think about that. I didn't talk to her about it, but I would like to. If you do have her on, that's a great point blank question.
Yeah.
And as far as, we have Chip Nyman and Secretary Gray both like, let's see what she does. 'Cause she's highly favored, but you also get this sense like Freedom Caucus and Anti-Freedom Caucus and kind of the independent rovers in between are all scheming like who's the best face for the values that I want to see. You can kind of sense that in the story, like we didn't choose a front man yet. Like, you know, we didn't choose. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's really a man behind the curtain thing.
Yeah.
At this point.
Who is the better face that represents white, and which is where I see Harriet Hageman being a good governor, because she's good face. Her social skills, her ability, you know, that is her skill set. She is really good at that. So I don't know. Maybe we're still in a wait and see pattern, and some folks saying that they may declare for a run for governor. They're just waiting out of respect until Harriet Hageman announces. I think they're waiting, and it might be respect, but it's the fact that if she does declare and they're in the race, they're going to get squashed, and they don't even want to be there. Let's change gears completely. Let's go to Evanston, and this motel's on fire again. Yeah, squatters smoking in bed. I don't know. Can we just raise this place and start over?
I don't know. I wish I had talked to the building owner. I couldn't get hold of him.
And I'm sorry, let me just provide a little bit of background. I think from the last time you did talk to him and the last fire that was there, let's trace all the fires that if squatters have just taken over this motel as the motel owner, he's hit pause on a renovation. I mean, he acknowledges that he needs to get this place up to, par. And I think he has ambitions to reopen it again as a motel. But right now, financial constraints, whatever, he's paused. And as he's paused, people have just moved in. There's no power. There's no nothing, but they're moved in and they keep starting fires, presumably accidentally.
That must have been Andrew. I think Andrew did I happened to be the guy that was reachable Saturday. I think Andrew did the prior back in April when one of the buildings caught fire. But both times authorities told us, yeah, there's squatters all over in that complex. Squatters, yeah, okay. Squatters are hard legally, right? Because we just had a new law go into effect. But before that, the concern is, how do we get the cops involved when sometimes it's a tenant dispute, right? Like you call a cop, you're like, I got squatters. Cops find out 3 days after they throw everyone in jail. Oh no, that was the girlfriend and her family that the boyfriend happened to be mad at. It's one of those things that gets so personal and messy. And so Wyoming just passed legislation, just went into effect, I think, where there's testaments you can sign, like this is not a tenant, this is not this is not this. And then the police will get involved. So it's deploying this gigantic honor system. But even then it's like, this can get really civil and really messy. And it's one of those areas of law that's not fun for anyone wielding a big hammer.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen in the Bay Area, for instance, where squatters appear to have more rights than actual property owners. But Wyoming has recently passed legislation that presumably makes it easier to to show a cop, hey, these guys are in my place illegally. Because prior to that, it wasn't a police matter. You couldn't just simply have the sheriff go over there and kick them out. It wasn't that easy.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Lusk real quick as we wrap things up. Former Lusk domestic violence executive director. Whenever you're an executive director of anything, and I was of a nonprofit, most of your job is making sure you get the paperwork right and watch the money right. This woman who's accused of siphoning off some $65,000 worth of money that belonged to the nonprofit group by use of a debit card that nobody knew existed, Sabrina Cruz. It all came to light. Like, this could have continued for years as it was. It all came to light when a new board member came on and said, hey, you missed filing for a deadline for this grant. And then all of a sudden, hey, where does this money go? And why was this money taken out of an ATM at a bar with gambling? Whoa.
Yeah, I don't want to make any pronouncements about the case. Okay, covering crime as long as I have. Why? Why is it? Nope, I don't know if I can say that.
Why are criminals not smart?
No,
there's
she's alleged criminal. Why do these high-profile embezzlement cases? Why are they almost always women?
I said that too. I said that days ago. I said, stereotypically, they're almost always women, the bookkeeper or whatever, and the temptation. I did note that too. I don't know.
Is it because our women often are bookkeepers? Is that our thing?
Maybe.
That's a job that we like to do,
but it does seem to happen that whenever you hear somebody like siphoning, here's 2 for you and 1 for me, or a check written to, it does seem to almost always be women. I don't know.
What are we spending it on? I don't know. I should not go on the radio show and make sex stereotypes.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. I did note that too. I will defend you. Like, that's the first thing I noted. I'm like, duh, it's a woman, and it just seems to happen all too often, unfortunately. That's the lesson. Like, this should not be happening so much. Yeah. We don't have time to talk about the crazy person that's accosting hikers on the Continental Divide Trail. What?
Stay tuned on that one.
There's Looney Tunes everywhere, allegedly.
Stay tuned on that one.
Yeah. Oh, good. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Claire. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Claire McFarland of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a quick break. Be right back with more.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless.
so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboys Daily Show with Jake. Let me catch up on some of the comments on the show, some of the feedback. Amy says bad people will always get a hold of weapons. We, the good guys, we, the other people, have the right to protect ourselves. Guns don't kill people. People kill people. Yes, Amy, that stems from our conversation with Stephen Williford. He's the Texas man that stopped the deadliest massacre in Texas history. 49 people were in that church, a Baptist church, back in November of 2017 when just a madman who should never have had firearms because he had a history of mental issues. In fact, there were lawsuits following. He should have never had firearms. Not only he had a whole truck full of firearms, he had the whole Kevlar, so he couldn't be shot and hurt. He was intending to do real evil. And he killed, 26 of the 49 people in that church. He injured 22 more. Like, there was no stopping this guy if not for Stephen Williford, who lived nearby, heard the shots, and then his daughter ran from the incident and said, there's somebody shooting up the church. Stephen Williford went into his place. He had an AR-15. I mean, he's got a lot of firearms. How do you choose one? He's thinking, well, this guy's pretty well armed. I can hear the shots going off. Pop, 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 pop. I'm going to need something equal force. Stephen Williford grabs an AR-15. It took him an extra 90 seconds to load it. It was unloaded. And during that time, he regrets that delay because just as he arrived to the scene, he watched a friend of his shot and paralyzed for life. And that haunts him. He said, man, if that AR-15 was loaded, I could have been here 90 seconds quicker. And anyway, Williford, I don't know, he did something that I don't know any of us could do, even us good armed citizens who cherish the Second Amendment, even us Wyomingites who own guns. He had a cool head. He's a shooting instructor, so he's got tremendous familiarity with firearms. Still, as much training as you have and experience with firearms, when you're in an actual situation where somebody's pointing and shooting at you, it's not easy to be calm, cool, and collected, that's for sure. And Stephen admitted that. And he said the average person that owns a gun would do real well just even imagining what you would do. He said, just go over the scenario in your mind and don't think it can't happen, because his town, this happened in, I forget the name of the little town. He said like a population 600. He thought it could never happen where he lives. So don't think it can't or won't happen where you are. This isn't just a big city thing. So he said his biggest piece of advice was to play out the scenario in your mind. More important maybe than going out to the shooting range and practicing. That doesn't hurt. But what would you do if all of a sudden you heard shots fired next door? Where's your gun? Would you go get it? Is it loaded? And then what would you do when you face down a potential threat? And in this case, it was very well-armed guy. And Stephen Williford yelled to him to get him to stop shooting people in the train. Yelled. And the guy turned to him. That's exactly what you want to do. Get him focused on you and not shooting up unarmed people. And he said, I asked Stephen, did you give him a chance to shoot first? Did you yell and say, free? The cops always say, freeze. You're not supposed to shoot first if you're law enforcement. You got to say freeze. You got to give the guy a chance. He's like, there was no hesitation. Like, this guy was already shooting first. I didn't have to give him an opportunity. He turned to me and started firing. And Stephen Williford took cover behind a Dodge truck and fired 6 shots. All 6, he said, struck the man. Golly, that's pretty good average. And because the guy was wearing tactical gear, only 2 of the shots, I believe, actually went into it, actually caused injury, enough so that it stopped the man from what he was doing. The guy jumped into his truck and took off. This being Texas, that's not the end of it. Texans are going to run you down till it's over. And Stephen Williford flagged down some guy, jumped in the truck with him, and they took off. Speeds of 95 miles an hour. They took off after the guy. The guy was bleeding out. In fact, as the guy was driving, the shooter, he apparently made a phone call to a wife or a girlfriend. He said, I just shot up a church. It was kind of his going away message. And he ended up crashing his vehicle and then taking his own life. But the whole incident was stopped by Stephen Williford, who we had on the show, because, we were thinking about the Traverse City, Michigan Walmart stabbing where, this doesn't have to be a firearm, it just shows you crazy is crazy. And bad actors are bad actors. They don't need to it's not the gun that does it. In this case, it was a knife that did it in Walmart. 11 people stabbed. And because nobody's armed with equal force, the knife wins in most all. And this guy just went on stabbing people in the Walmart. It's not like they're all lined up at the cash register. He went and found, here's one person, stabbed him in the neck. Here, let me find another. 11 people he stabbed until somebody with a gun said, this ends now. And that somebody is Derek, I forget his last name, Derek Perry, confronted the stabber in the parking lot, and that stopped him because even stabber recognizes gun beats knife, and he stopped him long enough that other people were able to crowd around. They surrounded the guy with shopping carts, and then somebody tackled him from behind. This is all before law enforcement got there, and this is the argument for having a armed citizenry. Police are great, but police response time to the incident, minutes mean lives. In the Texas incident, it was 19 minutes before the first shot fired by the lunatic in the church until the cops got there. 19 minutes. How much can happen in that time? In the Walmart incident, I didn't hear how many minutes, but the guy obviously had time to stab 11 people. Yeah, that was an eye-opening interview. And Tom checks in on the Facebook, said everyone should learn and train to be their own first responder. Yeah, we should all be better equipped to not only deal with a potential armed bad actor. Not all of us are, going to be prepared for that or ever encounter something, but even medical, even knowing CPR, like we should all be prepared to be our own first responder, whether that's an EMT or a police officer. We should all have some degree of proficiency with being, because often we're going to find ourselves, if the scenario happened, we'll be the first responder. You and I will be, until actual professional first responders get there. In those minutes, you and I are it. And it'd be pretty good to know how to stop bleeding on someone, or, how to stop the bleeding. Or it'd be pretty good to know how to proficiently use your firearm to stop a shooter. Joanne also chimes in on the Facebook, says, who was that last guest and their book? That was Howard Yaris, I believe you're referring to. Economist, professor, attorney, businessman, activist, teaches at NYU. Howard Yaris, Yaruss. His book, Understandable Economics, because understanding our economy is easier than you think and more important than you know. He talked with us about a variety of things. What do tariffs mean? Are they going to affect the average person? What about our nation's trillions in debt? Is that a bad thing? Does that mean anything to you and I? He talked about the Federal Reserve. And what do they do? How does it affect? And recession, stagnation, depression. He talked all about inflation. All of it seems a little daunting when you think about the economy. But Howard said, look, it's not that complicated. Actually, the economy is pretty simple. It works how you think it works, basic spending money, not spending money. It's easier than you know. Especially if you read the book. It'll be out August 5th, the new updated edition, August 5th, Understandable Economics is the name of the book. Yeah, just catching up with our Facebook feedback. That fire in Arizona was doing a little better. The Dragon Bravo fire, the one that claimed the famous visitor center and lodge on the north rim of the Grand Canyon. For a while, the weather was kind of keeping that sort of quiet, but man, that thing has blown up over the weekend. Earlier this week, the last few days. The fire was listed at 26% containment on Friday. And then weather system moved through and it just blew up. It crossed the Dragon Bravo fire, broke containment lines over the weekend, moved north to threaten more structures. It's now considered 13% contained. So it jumped, and it's still far from over down there in Arizona. We're feeling the smoke of it here in Wyoming. Every day there's a little thin air line of smoke. It's just a little bit hazy. You can see it. But crews so far, everybody is safe. No deaths reported, but crews battling the flames lost containment over the weekend as the Dragon Bravo fire has blown up again down there in Arizona, right there at the Grand Canyon. Moving north of the Grand Canyon now in that direction. Dang. Let's do this day in history and then rodeo. We'll do that right after this quick break. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be back quickly. Don't go anywhere.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state, There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake on a Wednesday. It's July 30th. What happened on this day in history? Not too much. In fact, this day in history smacks of desperation, looking for things that might have happened. For instance, somebody turned in a 29-year-old car to help the scrap aluminum drive efforts of 1941, World War II related. I guess the need for aluminum and scrap metals and such because of the war prompted somebody to go ahead and turn in their 29-year-old car in Rock Springs this day in 1941. Is that newsworthy? Not exactly ground-shaking news, but it happened this day in history. 1863, let's go in the Wayback Machine. Shoshone Chief Pocatello signs a treaty of Box Elder, bringing peace to the immigrant trails of southern Idaho and northern Utah. I believe that peace held up, but not so in Wyoming, where we learned the 1860s were a decade of terrible violence in Wyoming. 1869, this day, Fort C.F. Smith was burned down by Red Cloud's followers. Red Cloud's war on the white man dominated the 1860s. It was also this day in 1869 that the first census of Wyoming territory was completed. We finally got a head count of how many people lived in the territory. And finally, this day in 1971, Apollo 15 astronauts David Scott and James Irwin landed on the moon. If you believe they really landed on the moon. Was it a Hollywood set? There's still people. I don't know. Maybe you're one of them peoples. Do you believe we were on the moon? I mean, now, does it seem that hard to believe that we were on the moon? Because we shoot past the moon. Moon's like a short trip. We're all the way out to Mars, right? We got Voyagers all the way out to Voyager flew into your Uranus. Somebody passed the toilet paper. Voyager's way the heck out there, like to Pluto or something. So we can fly pretty far out in our solar system. We can make it to the moon. We being anybody that's not named Elon Musk, he's still having trouble getting to the moon. His rockets keep crashing. But yeah, is it that hard to believe that we made it to the moon? Although nobody else has, right? Has China made it to the moon and Russia? Or have they even stopped trying? For a while was who was going to be first. Who has landed on the moon? How many? Who? If I ask the Googler that, we're only going to get U.S. people. Who has landed on the moon? Countries. Okay. 5 countries have achieved a soft landing on the moon. Well, yes, I'm glad they prefaced that. It's one thing to land on the moon and another thing to crash land on the moon. You can't simply say, oh, we landed if your rocket just smashes into the moon. United States, first nation to land humans on the moon. Missions from 1969 to 1972. Soviet Union. Now Russia made the first successful soft landing on the moon in 1966. Really? They beat us to the moon? There couldn't have been anybody on it, though. Russia used to shoot dogs and chimps up into outer space with no intent at having them come back. Oh, it's just terrible. Can you imagine a fate like that? Being a dog and being the test dog that has to go up in a Russian rocket only to starve to death, presumably. So wait a minute. Soviet Union made the first successful soft landing on the moon in 1966. Well, that was unmanned. Because didn't we beat them? Explain this. Yeah, explain this. Chat GPT. Luna 9 spacecraft touched down on the Ocean of Storms in the moon, making it the first automated spacecraft to land on the moon. Okay, so Russia beat us to the moon February 3rd, 1966, but they didn't have a dude on the rocket ship. That was the United States. We actually put a person up there, so ha! China has also landed multiple missions on the moon. First far side of the moon landing. Okay. You ever hear that old blonde joke? Why can't we land on the sun? You know, obviously we can't land on the sun. It's too hot. And then the blonde will say, well, why don't we go at night? China has made it. India became the 4th country to achieve a soft landing on the moon. They did so near the moon's south pole. Again, these are unmanned landings. Japan recently joined the list with their SLIM mission, though it had some issues with landing position. I don't know what that means. So they sort of half crashed on the moon. So U.S., Russia, China, India, and Japan have all made it to the moon, although only the United States has put people on it. Like, put human on the moon. All right. Unless you're one of those conspiracy theorists Here is your tinfoil hat to think that we really didn't, that we manufactured that in some Hollywood studio. There was reason to do so back in the 60s because we were trying to see who was first. So NASA was probably under great pressure to prove that we had astronauts on the moon, and might even have been enough pressure to go ahead and fake it just to show the Russians, ha, we beat you there. But in this case, in 2025, the moon is just a short shot. It's not bragging rights. Let's see you put somebody on Mars. Now you might be talking. How did I get off on that topic anyway? I don't know. 1971, Apollo 15 astronauts landed on the moon on this day in history. Let's go to the rodeo world, Western Ag Network, and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from Great Falls, Montana, the home of the Montana State Fair. Today, my great friend Wayne Brooks, who's been announcer of the year a half dozen times, announced the National Finals Rodeo at least a dozen times, and he's also one of the voices of the Calgary Stampede. We'll talk about the Calgary Stampede that got over a couple weeks ago when we come back.
Hello, everybody. This is Ty Thompson at Northern Livestock Video here in Billings. Just concluded our big summertime classic, historic record-breaking prices. Our next sale is the early fall preview that comes up August 18th and 19th. That consignment deadline is fast approaching, Friday, August the 1st. So if you do have cattle you'd like to market, give us a call at 866-616-5035. That's the Northern Livestock Video early fall preview consignment deadline Friday, August 1st. Go to northernlivestockvideo.com.
Support the American Sheep Industry Association and get recognized as an industry partner. Choose from 5 partnership levels: platinum, gold, silver, bronze, or industry supporter, with benefits like your company logo on convention material items, complimentary registrations, on-site signage, advertising in the Sheep Industry News magazine, and digital recognition. Boost your brand while strengthening the sheep and wool industry. Visit sheepusa.org to learn more about partnership levels and join today.
3 groups of 10 contestants in each event. So your grand total contestants is 210. So your quality control is over the top. We never have a bad day because, number one, you have to qualify through the world standings of last year, this year, Canadian standings last year, all that kind of stuff. You have to qualify, but then your phone has to ring. They have to invite you to be there. So with, 4 or 5 stock contractors with some of the best bucking horses in the world from Calgary, great timed event cattle, you just don't never have a bad day.
Yeah.
But the cream of the crop, cherry on top, is that Sunday. Oh my gosh, the emotion, because you work all year to win a world title, and you're in Vegas for 10 days collecting money, and when it's all said and done, hey, Joe Blow earned X amount and he's the new world champion steer wrestler. We're there, that 50 grand comes like that.
Yeah.
It happened right now. And boy, when they get on stage, they're just tears of joy and thrilled to death, and families and kids, and it's just a wonderful day on that final Sunday.
I have the great honor of announcing with Wayne Brooks, who's an award winner and future Hall of Famer, the great Wayne Brooks, on the Rodeo Roadshow about Calgary. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Well, this is an indication of the world we live in today. We're going to Cincinnati. Hang on, Cincinnati, where they keep that city in Ohio, I'm pretty sure. There was a recent brawl in Cincinnati, and by the video, it's a viral video of people just... 5 people have been charged in the brawl. 2 arrests made as of Tuesday. So I saw some of the videos. It's just like this, late night street fight. And it's there on not one video, not 2, but an estimated 100 different videos 100 people, Cincinnati police say 100 people videoed this street brawl that happened the other day, I think Tuesday, and only one 911 call. That's the kind of world we live in today. The cops are so frustrated. I think the chief of police Cincinnati said, we had 100 videos of the incident, but only one person called 911. That sounds about right. That's the world we live in today. Everybody's got their cameras out. Nobody having their phone out videoing. Nobody is actually using the phone to punch in 911 like, hey, there's a big street brawl going on. I am totally not surprised that was the case. When we come back after top of the hour news, I also want to talk about this woman that was arrested the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, caught with a backpack full of marijuana. I mean, like a brick, a sizable brick of cannabis the size of a couch cushion. They pull out of her backpack, and her response was to twerk in front of the officers. I don't know how much of the product she had sampled during the flight, but yeah, there's video of her being arrested by the cops on the tarmac of the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. They're like, what do you have to say about this? And they show her the pot, and she just starts twerking. Okay. Woo. Oh, to be that high. We'll be right back after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A proposal to ban watercraft on the upper stretch of the North Platte River's Miracle Mile section near Casper is drawing fire from some anglers who want to kill the rule before Governor Mark Gordon signs off on it. The Miracle Mile is an 8-mile stretch of the North Platte that's widely regarded as the gold standard for trout fisheries. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the proposal to ban watercraft on the upper 3 miles of the Miracle Mile has some anglers up in arms.
That's not just anglers, that's recreational people floating on inner tubes, anybody who's doing anything except wading into the river. As you can imagine, that's got some folks' hackles up. People who don't want this to happen are arguing that's a gorgeous section of river. We always floated it. It's the public's water. You should let the public enjoy it as they see fit. But I guess the other side of it is some people were saying, well, maybe it's becoming so crowded with boats up there, maybe we should just regulate it to wading or shore fishing only.
A petition to keep the Miracle Mile open is circulating with about 300 signatures as of press time. It's not certain when Governor Gordon might decide on the matter. A Gillette-based state judge didn't take the proper steps when holding a tardy public defense attorney in contempt. That was the decision of the Wyoming Supreme Court on Tuesday. Christopher Getz was a public defender in the region who quit his job last autumn after District Court Judge Matthew Castano fined him $100 and ordered him to write an apology letter to a county prosecutor. Though the case hinged upon technical interplay of legal concepts, the High Court's majority opinion skirts a much more tender underlying issue, the ongoing public defender shortage in the northeast corner of Wyoming. Getz's resignation exacerbated a public defender shortage in that corner of the state that worsened to the point of judges pulling private attorneys into the cases of some indigent defendants. The Casper Police Department continues to investigate why someone left a pressure cooker on a street corner, prompting street closings and a bomb squad response. Police responded to a call about the suspicious item from a concerned resident in the Paradise Valley subdivision on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that while it didn't contain explosives, authorities said it did hold items associated with illegal drug use.
You know, that harkens back to the Boston Marathon, which used pressure cookers, right? And so the police are saying they wanted to be extremely careful. And I talked to the woman that initially called it in, and she said that she was out that morning and her dog was sniffing at this pressure cooker that was sitting at the intersection of these two streets. And so she took a picture of it and sent it to her husband and said, hey, should we call this in? You know, and goes, yeah, I think we should. I talked to another neighbor that said they're glad that it was called in because you never know with this kind of thing.
Detective Megan Davala said pressure cookers are a recognized potential threat involving homemade explosives. The incident is still under investigation. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Well, on the same day that Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin formally announced a proposal to repeal an Obama-era rule that declares greenhouse gas emissions to be dangerous, Wyoming lawmakers debated how effective carbon capture is as a tool to promote the burning of Wyoming coal. Ultimately, state lawmakers voted down a draft bill that threatened to gut carbon capture efforts. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the two events mark a big day for the debate over climate change.
You had the main administrator of the EPA in D.C., Lee Zeldin, calling out the endangerment finding. Now, this has kind of been the bedrock since about 2009 of all kinds of regulations around climate. Zeldin referred to it as the holy grail of those who were trying to defend regulations around protecting our climate and reducing CO2. So that's unfolding in D.C. At the same time, in Casper, you had legislators debating whether or not to repeal this carbon sequestration mandate.
Legislators voted to keep the law as is. Madison reports that means coal-fired power plants and utilities will continue to look for ways to sequester carbon. Those who supported that measure believe this will help Wyoming sell more coal. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Thanks for being along with us. Who left that pressure cooker outside in Casper? What goes through the minds of peoples? You might think that was intentional to mislead police, to mislead first responders and cause them consternation. That's what it does. When you leave items just randomly outside, I mean, normally the response is not one that caused panic. But in this case, a pressure cooker, it's just so random, but it's also what was used to put a bomb in a pressure cooker that caused that the Boston massacre, that Boston marathon incident, Boston Marathon bomb. I'm trying to remember how long ago that was. That was quite a while ago. 2 self-radicalized brothers executed that attack. Boston Marathon bombing, what does Wikipedia say? 2013. Islamic domestic attack. And a pressure cooker was used in that, like a crock pot. You've seen them. And a bomb was cooked up in one of these. So when you got some random pressure cooker just sitting there on the sidewalk on the corner of Indy and Paintbrush and Astor in downtown Casper, you're like, what's that? Media Wirtz thought it was unusual as her dog, she was taking her dog for a walk. The dog started sniffing at it. The dog's smart. Dog identifies that as a kitchen item. The dog's like, that looks like what I see in the kitchen. That's got food in it. But it didn't have food in it. What it had in it, we're still learning. But Media Wirtz, the dog starts sniffing the pressure cooker. She takes notice. She might have walked right by it if not for the dog. And she's like, that's weird. She took a picture of it and then shared the picture with her husband. She's like, do you think this is weird? I think it is weird. The husband's like, yeah, that's weird. Call the cops. And she did. And dispatch and Casper Police Department said, thanks for calling because, it might seem just weird, but it could be dangerous because the Boston Marathon bombers used a pressure cooker. I don't know how the police knew that. These are smart cops. They're like, yeah, that is a device, kitchen device used to make a bomb. They could have explosives inside. So Casper PD gets there, and they've got, this is a pretty big city. They got some kind of a bomb squad. And they go down there, and they x-ray it rather than, just pick it up. And without Jeremy Renner being available in his big Michelin Man suit. Isn't that the guy who was in the Bomber movie? Jeremy Renner, who was involved in that tractor accident now. I heard he was really messed up in that. Golly, it almost killed him. Never mind being in the Hollywood bomb squad. He was the Hurt Locker. That's what it was. Jeremy Renner played Sergeant William James in the 2008 film The Hurt Locker. And he depicts an elite Army bomb disposal guy during the Iraq War. And he wears that the Michelin Man suit. And these are the guys that had to walk right up to a bomb and pull the correct wire. We've all seen the movies. Every bomb, there's always a wire that's the right wire, and there's always a wrong wire. And once the music starts building, music like this, and the guys in the Michelin Man suit, and then somebody who has better knowledge is usually talking to him, right? It's like the guy who tries to talk the pilot. When a pilot passes out on the airplane and some just random citizen has to take control, and there's always a pilot down at the tower that has to tell you how to land. Okay, now you want to just remain calm, put the flaps down. In this case, there's always a dude in your earbud that tells you how to do the bomb. Okay, stay calm. And you're like, I can't be calm with that music. I'm all freaked out. I think it's a bomb. What is it doing? It's counting down. What's the number at? 5 minutes. Okay, does the bomb have any wires? Yes, there's lots of wires. What color are they? There's some green ones, red ones, white ones. Okay, identify the green one. Okay. Now you're going to pull the green one, not the white one, not the red one, the green wire. You're going to pull that out. Are you sure? I'm positive. Pull the green wire. But there's more than one green wire. Pull the thickest green wire. I'm getting off track. There's no wires in this. This is just a pressure cooker sitting on the sidewalk in Casper. And it's not Jeremy Renner that has to walk up to it in the Michelin Man suit. But they do get close enough to put a camera down. We have photo evidence of they put an X-ray. How does the Casper Police Department even have this stuff? And how do they even find, like, how often? When is the last time Casper PD had to go get the X-ray camera, the mobile X-ray camera gun? I bet it took them a while to even find it. Hey, Rodriguez, what'd we do with that X-ray camera gun? Oh, geez, I don't know. We used that like 5 years ago when we had the report of a pressure cooker on the sidewalk. Well, we got another pressure cooker today. Where's the X-ray gun? Well, Dutton had it last. What did you do with it? Like, this is not an item you use every day. This is not your taser. You're not. So they get this X-ray gun thing. They set it on the sidewalk. And then they have to, you know, every X-ray, you got to put the blocking thing behind what you're X-raying. I don't know. I act like I know how X-ray technicians work. So they X-ray this pressure cooker just in case there's a bomb in it. And what they find in the X-ray kind of looks like a bomb. Kind of enough that Casper Police Department tells people in the area, get out. Get out of your home. They evacuated some of the nearby homes because they saw things in the pressure cooker that I'm looking at them now. X-ray photo of the pressure cooker. Casper Police Department put out a news release showing the X-ray photos of the pressure cooker and stuff in it. And the stuff in it kind of looks like it's got wires, kind of looks like there's a flashlight in there, which turned out to be a flashlight. It looked suspicious enough that the cops started knocking on doors. We'd like you to get out of the area. We found a pressure cooker. And the pressure started mounting in the Casper area. So it turns out it wasn't a bomb. I guess the pressure cooker contained a flashlight, a scale, and a possible detonation device. I'm not sure what that means. But that's the gist of it. Still unknown. Investigators still trying to ascertain what exactly it was in there. Who put it there? Well, we'll never know that. The incident remains under investigation, says the Casper Police Department. If you have any information about the pressure cooker, if that was your pressure cooker, if you're missing that from the kitchen, call 307-235-8278, 235-8278, or submit an anonymous tip through Crime Stoppers of Central Wyoming. If that was your husband and you feel bad about ratting them out so you want to remain anonymous, 307-577-8477, or get on crimestoppers.com. Yeah, cops still don't know what possessed somebody to set a pressure cooker there on the sidewalk with weird stuff in it. I mean, it seems to me somebody did that intentionally to make police, to frustrate police, to make them do something like this, to operate out of extreme caution. You don't just walk up to a random pressure cooker and take the top off. Not after the Boston Marathon. Mark Hines says the story in the Cowboy State Daily: proposal to ban watercraft in the upper stretch of the North Platte River has got some people angry. Its so-called Miracle Mile is actually 8 miles of Blue Ribbon Stream. It has some of the best trout fishing on the planet. And in a bill that was passed over the last legislative session, that's House Bill 5, I don't know if it was well understood, the details of what was in that bill. House Bill 5 was the one that was going to regulate Wyoming's commercial fishing guiding industry. Remember, we were talking about the legislative session months ago. House Bill 5 was the one that was going to prevent anybody and his uncle from claiming they were a fishing guide. That has been a problem in Wyoming where, you know, you could just have some random dude from the Front Range, Colorado, drinking beer in a Wyoming bar saying, hey, you want to go out fishing with me tomorrow? I'm an official fly fishing guide. And too many people were posing as fly fishing guides, and that was creating problems because you had some acting unethically. They had no experience or business being a fly fishing guide. And then it just got too crowded. Everybody was on the river fishing. So there were reasons why House Bill 5 came into being. It passed legislation, and Gordon signed it into law during the 2025 legislative session. But part of the bill would change Chapter 22 water regulations. It prohibits the use of watercraft above the county road bridge on the North Platte. And that part of it has got people upset because it's a waterway they've always been able to use. They've always been able to float it. And under the contention here is who gets to decide who uses public resource. This is public property. A river is a river should be public, and whether you're a pleasure floater or an angler, if you've always been able to use the river, you still want to be able to use the river floating it. Floater and angler Bradley Hall of Casper launched a petition against the measure Monday. In just one day, it had garnered some 300 signatures and still going. And he hopes to turn this around. Bradley Hall said it's federal access. It's federal, but they're trying to regulate it by state statute. Actually, that was Bradley Hall's buddy, Jed Zampedri, who was an avid fly fisherman. So, yeah, Mark Hines' story, people upset that part of the upper stretch of the so-called Miracle Mile of the North Platte River is potentially going to be closed for anyone that wants to float on it, whether you're fishing or just floating for fun. It's got people not very happy. A massive trophy-size elk that's been hunted for years in Idaho has become an elk of legend. Was finally killed by a hunter, but now we find out that Joel Rose of Coeur d'Alene acted unethically and killed this trophy elk by poaching. He shot the trophy elk from a long way away with a rifle during archery-only season back in September of 2024. Idaho Fish and Game announced Monday that Rose used a sophisticated distance rifle to kill this massive elk that I think they even had a name for him. Like everybody knew of this elk. And every hunter said, oh, yeah, I saw him, but I didn't have a shot at him. Or, I wish I could. For years, this thing eluded hunters in Idaho until finally Joel Rose killed it, posed with it on social media with an arrow sticking out of the elk. So it looked legit. But acting on a tip, Idaho Fish and Game looked into it, found out that the elk had 3 bullet holes in it, 2 of the shots lethal, and an arrow had been inserted into one of the bullet holes to make it look like Rose took it with a bow and arrow. No, he didn't. He's being charged with poaching. This big elk sentencing hearing has been scheduled for later next month. Good job by law enforcement. Good job, Idaho Fish and Game. We'll hear from our own Wyoming Game and Fish in just a moment, right after this quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
The Dutch. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
It's a Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show, and we have not yet talked today about AI, so we should do that. I think I'm just going to make it a daily thing where Jake freaks out over artificial intelligence, robots, chat, GPT, all that business. Because that's where we're headed. The robots are going to take over. I'm not one who says we didn't land on the moon. I think we did. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not the chemtrail guy, but I'm fairly certain that robots are going to kill us all. Once they find out that humans are not necessary. The first robot that's programmed, well, this has to be a movie. I'm pretty sure it is, but I just can't put my finger on it. But it's going to be the artificial intelligence is going to be the robots that are programmed to eliminate cancer, right? Those are the ones that are going to finally turn on us and kill us. Because their job, their entire program, we're going to program robots to seek out cancer cells in our bodies and eliminate them. And the robots will do this to great success. And suddenly cancer will be cured and everything's great until the robots somehow go a little haywire with their programming and identify mankind as the cancer of the planet and start eliminating mankind. Cancer must be eliminated. At least that's how I'm writing the sci-fi movie. This story in the New York Post, so you know it's true. New York Post, right up there with the National Enquirer for believability. I used to read the Daily News, which is slightly above the New York Post as far as their ethics. New York Post writes, ChatGPT passes the I'm not a robot test, even though it shouldn't have. It's a terrifying step toward AI developing a mind of its own. That's what I'm talking about. When AI starts getting smart. Here's the thing. Here's the sad reality of where we're at right now, according to this story. A ChatGPT, which is basically AI, which is a robot. It's not a real thing. It successfully proved that it was not a bot twice in a two-step process. You know, how often do you go to a website or whatever and you're asked to prove that you're not a bot? Because that's the problem. You know, there's hackers everywhere. They create bots. You're asked to prove you're human. And it might be, you know, some test where it has letters or numbers that you're supposed to repeat. You know, the letters are all twisted and hard to read, so a bot presumably couldn't figure that out. What letters do you see on this image? And you type it in, and then the website says, okay, you must be a human. Or it shows you several photographs. Identify which ones include a bridge. And you have to click, okay, there's a piece of a bridge there. This one looks like a bridge. I'll click that. We've all had to go through the arduous process of proving we were human. And if we do it somewhat correctly enough, we're allowed into the website. Well, the other day, a ChatGPT, a chat bot, was able to successfully prove it was a human twice in a two-step process. This was designed by, I'm trying to find, Cloudflare. Cloudflare had this complex, they said, verify you're a human process that included not one thing, not one time, you know, where are the bridges. It had a two-step process to prove you were human. This chatbot beat it and convinced Cloudflare it was human. Okay, so the bot just did something that it shouldn't have been able to do. It figured out how to do the thing. Even when you and I, as actual humans, sometimes struggle with this. How many times have you failed the thing where it said, identify every photograph that has a car, and you click and you make like one slight mistake, like, oops, I thought that was a car, or I missed one, and then you're denied access to whatever because you couldn't prove you were a human. Meanwhile, bots are proving they're a human to better success than the humans are. That is a scary step. I agree with the New York Post writer Ben Cost, who wrote this story, who says it's a terrifying step towards AI developing a mind of its own. This ChatGPT has been taught how to beat the verification process when you're asked if you're a human. Are you really a human? The bot was able to trick Cloudflare and gain entry. Oh boy. That can't be good. This Wyoming, this Cowboy State Daily story, written by Renee Jean, says Cheyenne will get massive AI data center powered by gas and carbon capture. Cheyenne is about to get its largest artificial intelligence data center yet. And we have already one or two or three more on the way. This one from Tallgrass, Texas-based Crusoe, said that the center will be powered by Wyoming natural gas along with carbon capture technology. That's a good positive. This data center, and we all know that, well, we should know that these AI data centers are the places where the robots are going to exist. The very bots that we're scared of are going to live in these giant warehouses in Wyoming, where it's just computer after computer after computer, just rows of computers. And they'll obviously need a lot of power to run. And that power will be, in this case, generated by Wyoming natural gas. That's a good news scenario, because Wyoming has a whole mess of natural gas. And if we can power a data center with it, great. And the data center is power hungry, these data centers. They need lots of power. This one is going to need 1.8 gigawatts to operate at the beginning. And then once it gets fully operational and once expansion is finished, it could be even more than that, 5 times more than that. So the takeaway is, Renee Jean's story really centers on the positivity of the data center and how it'll use Wyoming natural resources like natural gas will power this thing. That's great. Other news sources, like the one I'm reading in, I think it's called Ars Technica, whatever that is, ARS Technica. They're focusing on the fact that this data center will use more power than the state's human residents. AI in Wyoming, here's the headline. AI in Wyoming may soon use more electricity than the state's residents do. In fact, when the proposed data center is built out to its completion, it will use 5 times the amount of power than we all do. This data center would start with 1.8 gigawatts. For instance, 1 gigawatt can run 500,000 homes. And Wyoming doesn't have 500,000 homes. Wyoming has 500,000 people. So just the very beginning of this AI data center at 1.8 gigawatts would already use more power than all of us do in the whole state. This one data center will really, you think your kilowatt thing attached to your house is spinning fast when the guy comes to read the meter? This, the one hooked up to this data center will be spinning like a top. When it's fully done, it'll scale up to 10 gigawatts of power use, which is, yes, 5 times what the state uses in electricity. Meanwhile, as I talked to Greg earlier this morning, nobody's talking about the water use of these things. And Greg did point out that, better technology, these data centers the computers have to be cooled. One of the reasons Wyoming makes sense for the data centers, which are just warehouses of computers, is for the most part, Wyoming's pretty cool. I mean, not cool like that, although, yes, Wyoming is cool like that. Wyoming's cold. I mean, we have long winters. Even in the hottest time of summer is not that hot compared to other places like Texas and Arizona. Wyoming's fairly cool. So the amount of cooling, artificial cooling we're going to have to do for these data centers is much less in Wyoming. We're naturally cool. In fact, if you really wanted to be smart, you'd put these data centers up there at the North Pole. But the problem is you don't have the infrastructure or the power. So Wyoming makes a lot of sense in that way. You can already keep the computers cool, but they're still going to need a certain amount of cooling. That cooling comes, for the most part, from water. And these data centers are notoriously thirsty for water. At least they have been in the past. Now, is new technology mean they use less water? Supposedly, I hear that, but I haven't heard it to any degree where I'm satisfied that they're not going to use a lot of water. You know, they can recycle the water, but sooner or later, water is needed to cool these computers. Oh, they're going to overheat and die. And how much water does a data center use? If it needs 1.8 kilowatts of power just to operate, how much water does it need to keep it cool? That's what I want to know. How many gallons? Because we're going to start building these things before we even figure out that they're going to suck up more water than we are. They're already using more power than we use. How much water are they going to need? I want to see more people focusing the data center thing. I want to hear how much water they need. Mayor Patrick Collins of Cheyenne talks about the positive, the positive, the positive. He said, these companies are coming to us, Mayor Collins said. He said, we don't advertise or market to data centers anymore. They come to us. We have so many that I think they're just curious about what the heck is going on in Wyoming. So, yeah, everybody coming to Wyoming wants to make a data center. I would, instead of saying this is great, wow, I would say, why are they all coming to us? And what is it going to cost us in the long run as far as water? A single gigawatt can power 1 million homes. That's more homes than Wyoming has with its population, overall population of 587,000 and change. So data center is going to use a lot of power. Do they use a lot of water? That's my question of the day. I would like to know. Let's take one last break and we'll dash for the finish line of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
the mighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Yeah, we're back in studio. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I'm reading this fascinating article about, we were talking about space travel, like have we really been to the moon? How many people have been on the moon? How many countries have landed on the moon? Well before the moon, though, 1957, before Sputnik made history, we're talking 1957, American scientists may have accidentally launched the first man-made object into outer space. Remember, this is pre-satellite. Outer space consisted of all the things that belong in outer space. Planets, stars, black holes. There was no man-made objects. Now we hear about there's so much junk in outer space, it's bumping into each other. Like we got satellites, we got every time NASA shoots something into outer space, one of the rocket stages has to split off. We've all seen that. The rocket's going up and the booster thing has to break off. Well, where does that go? That's now in outer space. Everything's in outer space, just rotating around. Space junk, they call it. Well, before 1960s, when we actually made it into outer space, we being Sputnik first from Russia, then the Soviet Union, and then, our own Apollo missions, space was free of any man-made junk. But way back then, it was clean. It was pristine space until Sputnik. Well, maybe there's evidence, maybe before Sputnik, 1957, American scientists may have accidentally put the first man-made object into outer space, and it was a manhole cover. Yeah. This happened during the Pascal B nuclear test in Nevada when a 2,000-pound steel cap was placed on top of an underground nuclear device. This is back when we were just testing atomic bombs in Nevada. Remember when we all thought that was okay? People used to come out and watch them. I mean, nowadays, we're warned to put on special glasses to even look at a solar eclipse. But back in the 50s, we were setting off nuclear bombs in Nevada. People were encouraged to come out and watch. Come out and see, and we were not very far away. We being, the people were watching in their binoculars or whatever. Just watching atomic bombs go off in Nevada. That couldn't have been good. That couldn't have been healthy. Well, there's video of film. It must have been film back then, right? Did we even have video? There's a film coverage of the test of an atomic bomb in Nevada back in 1957, just a few months before Sputnik made history by getting into space. In Nevada, a 2,000-pound steel cap placed on top of an underground nuclear device is seen in this film in just one frame of a high-speed camera capturing it. You can see this 2,000-pound steel cap launching, like the explosion blew it up into the atmosphere, and it's gone. Dr. Robert Brownlee, one of the scientists involved, later calculated that if that cap survived the intense heat of the explosion, it would certainly have become the first human-made object into outer space, beating Sputnik by several months. We may never know the fate of that steel cap. It might have disintegrated, but it is captured in this high-speed frame camera. It's in one frame. You can see the cap just go and before it's like out of the picture. So, yeah, the U.S. win. The U.S. might win that thing, too. Who puts a man on moon first? United States. And who put the first space junk into space? United States. We win. Also, a story I was fascinated with, and we talked about it last week, Greg and I. We were talking about how the Earth is spinning faster these days, leading timekeepers to consider an unprecedented move. This story's in CNN. And we did talk about it. Earth is spinning faster this summer, making some days, and we actually identified the days, July 10th, for instance, was the shortest day of the year so far. And we don't mean, obviously, July 10th wasn't short as far as daylight, but July 10th turned out to be the shortest day of the year so far. It lasted 1.36 milliseconds shorter than any other day. It wasn't a 24-hour day, as all days are on July 10th. It was 1.36 milliseconds shorter. Same thing happened, or a similar thing happened on July 22nd, and is estimated again to happen on August 5th. These days will be July 2nd, 1.34 milliseconds shorter than normal, than 24 hours. And August 5th will be 1.25 milliseconds shorter than 24 hours. Now, I know it's marginal. You and I aren't even going to notice, but it does factor into, for instance, universal time. What about, what will that do to overall time? Scientists still trying to figure it out, but it could pose a problem similar to the whole Y2K scenario. Remember that, when we were going to go from 1999 to 2000? Oh no, the world's going to end. Atomic clocks are out there working on creating what is called UTC, or Coordinated Universal Time. It's where we get the time on our devices. You know, if you got your phone, your computer, it tells you the time in UTC. Well, that time just doesn't magically happen. I was fascinated to learn how UTC is created, or Coordinated Universal Time, known as UTC. Who keeps that clock? Well, it's not just one clock. It's actually 450 atomic clocks, all maintained in 85 different national time laboratories around the world. A lot goes into making universal time. Who knew? I mean, 450 atomic clocks operating round the clock, excuse the pun, maintained in 85 national time laboratories around the world. They are making up to the minute, in the moment calculations on the Earth's rotation, the Earth's spin, and they're constantly using complicated algorithms for figuring out what time it should be on your iPad, for instance. UTC is the result of very complicated atomic clock era technology developed in the 1970s, and it's what we use today. But adjustments are going to need to be made because of the Earth is spinning a little bit faster. It could throw all these UTC clocks off by a little bit, and it could be the end of man as we know it. So we may not die at the hands of AI. It could be the fact that the Earth is spinning faster than UTC can calculate it. Maybe something like that. I need a break to digest all that information. Wyoming Game and Fish Report. Let's check in with them, and we'll be right back.
Invasive New Zealand mud snails found in a pair of waters in the Laramie region. I'll tell you where in a moment. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. Thanks to the awareness of local anglers, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department has verified the presence of New Zealand mud snails in Gillette Lake and Wheatland Reservoir number 3 near Laramie. The initial detection at Gillette Lake occurred in late April while a member of the public was angling and noticed small black dots covering the vegetation and rocks. Following the report, samples were taken and sent to the University of Wyoming for confirmation. Similarly, at Wheatland Reservoir number 3, an angler report came in earlier this summer, and Game and Fish staff confirmed the presence of New Zealand mud snails earlier this month. These confirmations mark the second and third waters in the region with this species, in addition to Alsop Lake, which was detected in 2023. Many aquatic invasive species, or AIS, including New Zealand mud snails, are transported by people on equipment, vehicles, and pets that have not been cleaned, drained, or dried off. They can burrow into the fabric of waders and wading boots, hide in mud stuck to trailer tires, and camp out in any undrained water from all types of watercraft. Laramie Region Fisheries Supervisor Bobby Compton says in the Laramie Valley, anglers often fish multiple Plains lakes in a day. He says if gear like wading boots are not properly cleaned, there's a real risk of spreading AIS between all of the waters. As anglers pursue fishing opportunities in these lakes, remember to clean, drain, and dry all gear prior to moving to another water, especially those known to have AIS in them. The integrity of the fisheries relies on the vigilance of those who use these waters. New Zealand mud snails are a small aquatic invasive snail native to New Zealand. Laramie Region AIS specialist Nick Edwards says these snails threaten our fisheries because they can rapidly self-reproduce, outcompete native species for resources, and can affect the nutrients and chemistry of the water. New Zealand mud snails are not a food source for fish, as they are low in nutrients and pass through a fish's digestive system unharmed. Once introduced into a body of water, these snails are functionally impossible to remove. The Game and Fish encourages everyone using Wyoming waters to clean, drain, and dry their gear every time, and to visit the department's AIS prevention webpage. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, thank you, Ray, for the Wyoming Game and Fish Report. Passing this info along, Kristi Noem, head of Homeland Security, and also head of TSA, or the boss of TSA, said, expect more changes at your airport screening. We just learned that we don't have to take our shoes off anymore at most airports. Pretty soon everybody's going to be online with that. We can keep our shoes on now. Kristi Noem promised expect more good news, I guess, more relaxing of some of the measures taken by TSA. That these are likely to, although it's just rumor, likely to include liquids increase. So in other words, that shampoo bottle or whatever liquids you have has to be the airport size liquid. TSA is likely to now allow you more liquid or additional liquid content. Not worried that somebody is cooking up a bomb. So, yeah, that could be good news. Thanks, Christy Nome. This also good news. The tsunami waves expected to reach the west coast of California and Hawaii, not nearly damaging as might have earlier been thought. Many of the Hawaii advisories have been downgraded. There was a lot of folks seeking high ground. There was traffic jams in Oahu, and as residents tried to seek high ground, but it turns out these evacuations, all this stuff has been canceled, downgraded advisories now, not seeing the tsunami waves as originally feared in Alaska, California, or Hawaii after the 8.8 magnitude earthquake off of Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula occurred. Big earthquake, but not the big tsunami waves that we feared were coming. So that also good news. Let's wrap things up for us today on a Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Everybody have a great day today.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.